Welcome, everybody, to the Imperial 80's. This is episode 27. I feel like this will be both our most loved and hated episode of the Imperial 80's, depending on where you stand. So our first foray into the Star Wars world for folks who are wondering why we didn't start with A New Hope. It came out in 77, so we're doing that. We're going to do the two, stick to the formula and do the two Star Wars movies that actually happen in the 80's. How are you doing, M2Me?
All considering, doing the best we can in these moments. Shout out to everybody. I know it's been an intense longer than week and weekend, but I know it's been an intense week for a lot of folks. And also for everybody up here it's not even just the Northeast. I guess it's going all the way down, right? The snow, right? I mean, shout out to everyone dealing with
It's
whoever's
probably
in the
worse.
radius of this snowstorm. I can't even really tell, honestly.
Yeah, I made some jokes on Instagram as we're doing this live from Hoth today. I mean, we did pick the right Star Wars movie to do.
I know. I kind of laughed when I was watching on Friday night. I was like, "Oh yeah, I guess we really are in Hoth."
But I think actually it's probably the worst if you're like in the South or in one of those states that doesn't have the infrastructure to deal with this amount of snow and ice. Like the Northeast, they have like snow plows and people ready to go and salt crews and all this stuff. And so, I do want to. So I need to correct something, because when I introduced Samantha on a couple of our posts, I just noted, and we'll let her talk about this a little bit, her involvement in Rogue One. But I went to her IMDb page yesterday and I was like, oh, she's also was involved in episode 9. And so I'm sure she'll have some things to say about that. But, it's really cool that we have a guest today, Samantha Youssef, who not only has great analysis about these films, people have seen her, or if you haven't, check out her discussions on Andor on I Mix What I Like with Jared Ball, and I think she did one on Black Liberation Media as well, connected to the Andor franchise. But check out those. Great stuff, and a great analyst, and gets into all these aspects that I know I don't think about that much when I'm watching movies. I think you probably think about them more because you make film, but I think the type of where she's sat with these Hollywood films and, the decisions, the editing, thinking about the artistic, stuff and the shots and everything. I think she has a really cool vantage point to be able to discuss this movie and others. But it's cool that she has this direct connection also to the Star Wars universe. And then what else did I want to say? Yeah, I don't know. Do you want to say some other things? I can read her bio too for folks, but go ahead.
Read Samantha's bio. Oh yeah, we can. Let's get into the episode. Like, I guess other announcements and stuff we can make at the end. But yeah, read Samantha's bio. Let's jump on in.
Yeah. Now I gotta pull it back up. Apologies, folks.
Oh, the screens.
I just had it up and then it started playing the sound of the intro and I couldn't hear myself.
Yeah. All this y'all don't know in the background.
All right. So Samantha Youssef is a Palestinian and Ukrainian artist. She is an award-winning art and animation director whose expertise spans feature animated films, VFX blockbusters, and AAA games. A former Disney-animator, director, and current artistic consultant. She guides productions through every creative stage, from concept to final animation, pre-production through production to post-production, ensuring cohesive artistic vision. Renowned for her unique mastery of functional autonomy and movement, she founded Studio Technique, where she trains artists at production studios and institutions worldwide. And she just got back from a graduation. She's been also studying this stuff in the academy from, kind of the critical academic sense. And so anyways, I'm not going to say any more. Samantha, welcome. We're really happy to have you today.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with you. I miss hanging out with all of you, so this is really fun.
Yeah, no, we couldn't wait, and we were just really excited that, we have you in our orbit to be able to, talk about these movies with us, because I can't think of anybody better to join us for discussions of, these two Star Wars movies that go on in the 80s. Why don't we start just with kind of our typical question, which is, what are our childhood memories of this? What are our earliest kind of memories? Um, you know, because again, for folks who don't know why we do this, we're talking about the Imperial 80s, and we're trying to think about, how did these movies impact or influence us as we were growing up in that era or soon after. I don't know, Samantha, if you are a true 80s baby in that sense, but yeah, go ahead. Why don't you start us, Samantha?
I mean, I watched, like, we had the VHS like trilogy at home, and so I mean, I have my dad was very like strict about, like, he wouldn't, I think I've said this maybe before, I can't remember if it was here or on my conversations with Jared, but like other Jared, like my dad, when we were up until I went to college, like my dad would literally unplug the TVs and lock up the plugs. So like we couldn't like sneak anything or whatever. So the movies that I would watch were often like holiday time movies. And I think just being like artist, like inclined, like I just really loved doing art and creating. And so that's where I was drawn to like the Disney movies that I'd see, and Star Wars. I was just totally enamored by Star Wars when I was growing up. Like I think also like being Palestinian, and from a very early age, like I very much felt like I was born in Canada, but I always felt like a foreigner. Like it was always a scary, like we always were conscious that it was not safe for us to say we were Palestinian or any of those things. So I think there was also just something about the like rebellion aspect of it, and being in such a liberal space, like I didn't, like this was what I saw, as resistance or as, so I think also, in that time, I don't know if it was just the limited media that I was exposed to, but I also like felt like, I was always just seeing these Disney princesses all the time. So seeing someone like Leia that, just was like a different female role model for me when I mean, I have issues with her feminism now, but like, for me at the time, like when I was younger, I was just like, so everything about Star Wars. And and then as I went to school, to study animation and art, like Star Wars is, in the way that we're trained, like a really fun playground, because of all the the cultural appropriation and the visual design and like all of that. So I think at that time in my life, though, I was sort of just captivated by that too. But I was like a huge Star Wars fan when I was younger. So yeah, it was like super influential to me, I think, at that time.
Yeah. Tume, you want to go next, or you want to wait for last?
I can go next. Star Wars and I have a very, very dicey to negative relationship, to be perfectly honest with you. When I was a kid, I can't say that I was like enamored, but I was definitely like all kids, because it was so pervasive. I was definitely into it. Like I know I had. It is kind of funny that I actually had the Imperial plane, the one that with like the one that the Emperor kind of drives, and I actually had that one. That's the one that my parents got me, which I just find kind of hilarious.
Like triangular,
the big triangular one. That's the one that my parents get me. They don't get me the Millennium Falcon or anything like that. They give me the Imperial plane, right? So I had that. I know I had a few like Star Wars like toys. I was a G.I. Joe head, so I think that was probably the bigger, and Transformers. I was more obsessed with that. Also, the other big thing, and we'll have to do this at some point, is my father is a Trekkie. He's like a big Trekkie. And there is that 80s like Star Trek, Star Wars kind of like unofficial nerd fight. And because he was my dad, I think I went with that with him. So like, but I would say this one, Empire Strikes Back, I would watch the most of them all. If it was on, I would watch this one continuously. Probably because it was a little darker, which probably also says something about me even as a kid, right? You know, I like the whole dark ending, the hand flying off, like, whoa, he was bad. That's cool. Right. I kind of got into that. Return of the Jedi with the Ewoks, I think always kind of annoyed me when I was a kid. And when we get older, we can talk about when we get to that episode, we can talk about that. And then as the years went on, I got a little older. I didn't really follow like the Star Wars lore. I know people who read the books. I mean, I had a lot of friends who were into the Star Wars books, the comics. I was reading X-Men and things like that. It wasn't really of interest. So when I got a little older and I got about 15, 16, and I really got into New Hollywood. And what I mean by New Hollywood is late 60s through 70s films. Things like Dog Day Afternoon, the Scorsese movies, the Coppola, and I had my period where I was very enamored with New Hollywood. Is like the greatest thing ever. Star Wars has a particular place in that lore because Star Wars is seen as, and this narrative has its problems as well, as the end of New Hollywood for the negative, right? That Star Wars actually, and this is where like I think the kind of hyperbolic hagiography of New Hollywood is bad, that it ends what was the greatest period in American movie making, right? That Star Wars was like the death nail. And we could probably talk a little bit about that because a lot of it has to do with the studio system, because New Hollywood does happen because the studio system falls apart a little bit. And we'll talk about that in terms of finances. Star Wars is able to kind of profit off of that in a kind of different way when they kind of reformulate themselves and all that. So when I was in my big like movie guy auteur loving phase, Star Wars does become the like the devil, right? It's like you see it as the devil, right? And you hate everything about it. You kind of adopt this attitude towards Lucas and everything. And I went super hard on that, though I would say this was the movie that I would say, well, this one is actually pretty good though, you know, Empire Strikes Back. As time went on and I kind of got out of that, I never really like adopted a new kind of love for it. But then I think where I've kind of saddled is the next kind of big issue, and I will definitely talk about this, is when I began to look at Joseph Campbell. And I have massive issues with Joseph Campbell on a myriad of levels. And the fact that he becomes the inspirational force in the narrative force, pun intended, of the narrative of Star Wars, it then kind of crystallizes when I kind of left that kind of New Hollywood loving self that I used to have, going into a kind of looking at Star Wars in a particular way around this kind of like Campbellian sphere that we live in now. So that's kind of my history. I don't read we'll get into, I guess, the other some of the newer stuff, and I'm not a star. I never really was a Star Wars head. I had my super hate it all, and then we'll talk about the movie when we get to it. I settle in a particular place with it within a larger totality. I'm not saying that I'm like into it, but within a larger totality, I kind of assess it as a particular strain of things that I feel like I'm always struggling against.
So I was an unabashed Star Wars fanboy for sure. Like I still have some of the toys in my house at this moment. So yeah, I should have displayed some of them behind me. But yeah, so I mean, I was born in 81, and so obviously I didn't see any of these in the theaters, but I did see all of them before the 80s decade was over. I watched them as a little kid, and that's an interesting thing to talk about too, and maybe we'll get into it a little bit of like why my parents or Samantha's family, right, who were like quite critical of a lot of types of Hollywood movies. I mean, we've already talked about on the show, there was a bunch of movies that we've covered on the show that I didn't end up seeing until I was old enough, right? Or until we were in the 90s, or until I could go over to a friend's house and watch it and stuff like that. But my parents didn't really have any issues at all with showing me these films. And I think, one of the funny things, like, friend of the show was texting me last night, and he was like, Rogue One. I mean, he mentioned this because, Samantha, you worked on it, right? And he was like, Rogue One is like my favorite movie of all time. He's like, you guys are gonna destroy Star Wars. He's like, they're fighting fascism, damn it, and I just like he was being hyperbolic on purpose, like he's joking to a degree, but he does love the movies, right? And I do, I get that, and I think we could talk about that, because I think that one of the things about these movies is that they do present um, a dominant, mass culture image of what fascism looks like, and what fight against it looks like, and like, what, and I think we have to talk about all of that, because there's some aspects of that I think are deeply problematic, when you get into what Star Wars proposes in terms of, who gets to fight back, and what is required to fight back, and all of these kind of things. Um, and I don't mean violence. I mean, it's really the messianism of the whole thing, and we'll get into that. But I guess so. A couple other things about it in my youth. So they did the 20th anniversary reissues of all of it, and but it was reissued to the theaters in 97, right? So I was like 16, yeah, 15, 16 as this was going on. So that also was like, oh, like, get to see them in the theater, all that. So I redid all of that. The toys all got reissued. I was still like a collector and stuff like that. And then, of course, you get the prequels, which I will say, I am among the people where, thankfully, the prequels kind of shattered my love of this thing. And we could talk about, like, I think all the bad ways that looks, like all the really geeky Star Wars people who are like, oh, this isn't this, and you're
I
not
need to
supposed to do the.
contribute to that conversation.
Yeah, yeah.
For my geeky
John Boyega can't hold a lightsaber. It's like, well, Han Solo's using a lightsaber in this one to cut open the thing to stick Luke in it or whatever. But like all of these kind of like racist, sexist discussions, which I think we do have to talk about, right? Because that's partly what is set up by these first three movies, is a lot of kind of reactionary gender role, like race-based things about like what roles people are supposed to play within this galaxy far, far away a long time ago. That people still think of as the future, which is also an interesting thing. People always talk about, oh, well, in the future, da 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 da. I know, because Star Wars. It's like, well, it's supposed to be a long, long time ago, uh, anyway, there's all of that. So the prequels, I hated the prequels. I didn't even watch I watched the first one, and it was so bad. And then the second one I felt like was even worse. And I don't even think I saw the third one until it came out on video or whatever. And yeah, so I've been through the full gamut on it. And I do think that, as Samantha said, this is huge to the discussion of this series, is the idea of resistance to, right? And I think that's probably somewhere where my parents landed in it being okay, of like, there's not blood, really, there's not cursing, and the violence is fantastical or sci-fi, right? And and so it's okay, right? And I think it's interesting in that, it's like, what is like a PG, like, huge budget? Well, the first one probably didn't have a huge budget, but although I don't know, y'all can correct me on that. But anyways, big budget, Hollywood films that end up becoming massive blockbusters. And this can't be understated. Like, in the time, these were like record breaking films. And for a long time, like, it didn't, until you get to like, the the sequel series and Marvel and stuff like that, you really don't get to films that kind of surpass these on a Titanic, you know, blockbuster level in terms of sales. And even when you like adjust for inflation, they're still like, you know, top 5 all time, you know, like grossing films. And so massive things. And then of course they get like fully incorporated into Disney. So now they're really a part of the Disney universe completely. So yeah, there's all of that, but we'll get into it. That's enough for me to say up front. Samantha, do you have, or Mtume, do you want to do the folks involved?
I'll do some starting with that, and then like folks can like fill in. You know, it's a little weird. The one thing I will say is Star Wars is one of the most over talked about things on the internet and in the world. So there's a way that like when you like are looking at Star Wars, there's like an overlog of like micro information that you almost have to like kind of discern and like what is actually important and things like that. And the other thing, and I think this is also really important, is I don't trust people like Lucas and Kasdan and so forth and so on, because they also like do a lot of after the fact making. Like, oh yeah, you know, we were totally thinking about the Viet Cong. Like, no, you weren't. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? They do a big like kind of baiting of like and rewriting of history. And that's like a big thing about like success that I think is really important to kind of throw out. But I'll throw some things in here and then we can fill in around what's important. So this is the second film, right? The first Star Wars, I think many people do know this and some people don't. So I think someone had asked, what do I think of like, why is like Star Wars considered the devil? I think you kind of need to like have a little bit of like understanding of like this, like the trajectory. So in the 60s, you had a really bad time in Hollywood in terms of studio money. People weren't going to the movies as much. The films were dominated by big budget musicals, so forth and so on. The studios were relatively in crisis in the mid 60s, right? They were having a really tough time just really figuring this out. So in the late 60s, they had to kind of go to a new model of movie making. A lot of things, a lot of even like the studio lots closed, so forth and so on. So also on location stuff. And it needed to kind of change the narratives. The other thing was they weren't responding really to like the times. Like you're in the late 60s, you have Vietnam happening, you're having student movements, you're having civil rights movements. Hollywood seemed to want to be very much not having any real kind of serious commentary around that. So in the late 60s, they said, well, we got to start doing some movies that kind of reflect the kind of like wild times. So you had things like Bonnie and Clyde, which wasn't necessarily right of that time, but the violence, The Graduate, which we mentioned a little bit when we talk about Working Girl. And then you begin to have the rollout of like the new Hollywood filmmakers, right? So you're having the Scorseses, the Coppolas, like even with Godfather being a blockbuster, it's a blockbuster based on a family, an Italian family, heavy violence and things like that. So it's like a different kind of thing than what they were typically doing. So you have this kind of raise in success, right? Of where new Hollywood helps like regrow the possibilities of that system. It basically in it being like mythically contra the system, it really wasn't. It's just a new way for the system to show its elasticity and like to regrow it. So when you get to the late 70s, Vietnam, you know, is in a new situation now where we're not there. There's like this like different. Hollywood is also stronger. They actually want a return to kind of older myths. And this is where Star Wars does come in. They want something that is a little bit different. So Lucas was thinking about stuff like Buck Rogers, things that he grew up on, these like, you know, Lost in Space, these different kind of concepts. He's also thinking about, and we'll talk about, he has like Kurosawa influences, but very superficial Kurosawa influence, and also the Joseph Campbell, the hero's journey, and bringing back these kinds of like narratives. So Star Wars comes in, right, and it's basically having a different kind of thought, an escapist thought, but also an escapist thought where you could like reconsider America not as the people who are the negative empire, but also Americans, because look at it. We're looking at Han Solo. We're looking at Luke Skywalker. We're looking at the blonde guy and like his, you know, his good-looking, handsome sidekick guy who helps him out, right? And then Princess Leia, the kind of damsel in distress in the first movie who becomes a general as the film goes on, the series goes on. You're able to kind of like, you know, have this idea that these people could be resistors, right? But also like has been mentioned by Samantha and Jared, like resistors in a way that's a bit more angelic. There's not blood, there's not guts. We're not watching Taxi Driver, you know, we're not watching Travis Bickle go in and shoot some, you know, some pimps and shit like that. It's different. It has a much more wholesome kind of vibe to it. But Star Wars was a gamble. Not everyone was convinced, not even Lucas, that it was going to be successful. And when you asked Jay, was it a lot of money? It was more than usual, but it wasn't like it was definitely like a bit corner cut. Like there was things that I know he wanted to do that he couldn't necessarily do with the first one. Because this film, Empire Strikes Back, is a bigger budget jump, as we can see even in the set pieces, right? I mean, it shot the whole, I think, first part of it in Norway. Like it's a much bigger, you know, thing that happens. So it's a much qualitative shift because the first Star Wars was a hit, and it wasn't necessarily thought that he would even get to do a sequel. Right, like he when it becomes a major hit, then the sequel, you know, he said he had general ideas, and this also kind of kills. And I know Jay and I have talked about this. This kind of kills this whole thing that like Lucas had all 9 stories figured out. He basically admits that he had like a sketch of a sequel. He didn't really necessarily know exactly what was going to happen in a sequel because he necessarily didn't even know he was going to get a sequel to actually do. Right. So that's a big thing. I'll mention 2 other things and then I can pass it off. So Lucas he has like various stories about why he didn't want to direct it. Some of it was health problems, some of it was too much. That he wanted to focus more on like the overall production. He wanted to think about the special effects. Like I always feel like I read a new article and he has like a new reason why he didn't do it. So he doesn't direct this one. The guy who ends up directing him is a guy named Irvin Kershner. And this is like the biggest film Irvin Kershner has ever actually done. Like if you look at the rest of his filmography, it's pretty milquetoast, to be honest with you. I mean, RoboCop 2 is his second most watched movie on Letterboxd. But he was his teacher at USC. He was one of his teachers at USC. So he's a bit older. He was kind of like a mentor to Lucas. And he was like, hey, you know, would you want to come in and do it? And Kershner was very, very, very skeptical about it. But Lucas maintained that he would have a lot of freedom to basically work on the project and to do the film, so forth and so on. And there's like other casting things that I think we can get into maybe as we go on in the film. But that's some kind of setups. I mean, there's a lot of pre-production with the film. It was be a much bigger budget, and it was still seen as somewhat of a risk. Like it was still because you're getting into 80, and a lot of this stuff still seems unproven, right? Your Star Wars is a success, and if you think about people who talk about New Hollywood, they say if Star Wars was like the first stab into like ending New Hollywood, you would say Empire Strikes Back was the death blow, right? It literally killed it, right? The success of this movie and what it was able to kind of like spiral out of it. This is the end of the kind of New Hollywood approach. It was pretty much the grave, the 6 feet deep of it.
Appreciated. Samantha, I'll pass it to you, but the only thing I'll say is when I watched the Hoth scenes, I was like, oh, I wonder if these were shot in Greenland, because that would be really fun to talk about right now. But fortunately, it was Norway. So anyways, go ahead, Samantha.
No, but also don't forget that like a lot of those scenes were done with matte paintings. So they only needed like foreground elements and I think that's where, you know, like we can go into that more, but like that's where the higher caliber like artists that you have, the lower the budget can be and the better the film can look. And I, you know, like that's one thing, like I'll shout out to this film, like it's stunning. Like it is like just really every shot is like an illustration, you know, and a lot of that was who was the DOP, the Peter I can't pronounce his last name very well.
I think it's Shikursky. I never could pronounce his
And
name
he
either.
was
Yeah.
like, you can see that he really,
Shushitsky.
yeah. And it was like, I think it was his first like foray into a film like that. But everything looks like a Harper's Bazaar photo shoot kind of cover or shoot or something. Like it's very like that's what I loved about it. Like from an art, like not ideal. Like I know like there's the whole ideological side to talk about, but something that was really nice was just, you know, it was a beautiful balance of graphic compositions with lots of depth, the use of lighting, like everything looked like an illustration. Like it actually had a more Disney vibe to the aesthetic in the way that we are trained, in that everything was very illustrative and you've got these like great silhouette compositions, and it's very, very graphic and yet has more depth in every shot than like the other films, you know, by comparison had. Like they tend to be a little flatter looking and stuff, and so like it was just visually stunning. But a lot of that was done like by saving money, by doing matte paint. Like a lot of it is actually, there are actually illustrated, like most of those backgrounds are illustrated. So even Hoth is not a full landscape. It's paintings with like filmed in the like maybe in a snow mound, like on the side of the street to get that like little snow mound, and then, you know, overlaid. But I do want to present like a couple like thoughts just like on the history of it, because you know, that's really what I've been fascinated in now, and you know, where my research is kind of taking me. But I think one thing, like as like having worked on, you know, like what you were saying, like you can't really take like people like Lucas seriously in these behind the scenes commentaries, and I think that that's very true. Like we see that now with the Avatar films. Like it's driving me nuts because for some reason they're popping up on my YouTube feeds, like these behind the scenes things that are totally fake. Like all of these behind scenes and the interviews are pre-scripted. They're totally fake. The actors do not need to learn how to shoot bows and arrows. They don't, like, I saw this one crack me up. I saw something where one of the actresses trained herself not to blink because of her character, and it would save money in the CG process. And actually, I'm like, no, that's actually cheaper in CG to not make the character blink, because then we don't have to go over all the blink animation. So that's like the dumbest analysis that I've ever seen. But we see these kind of things. So everything that's presented as a behind the scenes is a fully scripted part of the promotional like aspect of it. And to that point, I think that's the other thing too, is that I don't think we have a great history of Hollywood cinema that's fully complete. I think we have an analysis of the cultural aspects of like kind of, you know, I brought this up on Renee's show the other day, that I sort of see our countries as like Disneylands. And so we sort of have an analysis like from the Disneyland, like, oh, this was happening and this was happening, but we don't have an analysis from the people that are running the Disneyland. And I think so to, because that was because I was so fascinated with Star Wars, like, and I read all about that and like how it was a risk. And I was so like impressed with George Lucas, you know, and like for doing all these things. But I think another thing to remember is that Lucas's studio was a DARPA funded project. They had the money. And I think that Star Wars, like, you would know better to me because I don't have as good a film like history, because, you know, like we've talked about this on your podcast. Like I learned more about how to do the propaganda, not really like the history of cinema is sort of how we are trained. But I do wonder, like, you know, when they say it was a risk, I kind of feel like Star Wars was that reinvention of like this, like almost maybe from my knowledge, like jumping off of something like Wizard of Oz, and this idea of like introducing the social experiment of sci-fi as a means to shape political commentary. And I think that was more the risk than the actual like films themselves. Like how do we inject like a new form of fantasy into the world to use as metaphors? And because like when you insert the DARPA part to it, and not just like George in Hollywood, that there was a Pentagon funding of this project for a reason, and they had already been investing in Star Wars 6 years before, like in not just Star Wars but Lucasfilm, and bringing in the Jim Henson Workshop, and there were all of these investments that do make it a risk, but something that I think that they would have followed through no matter what. Like And I sort of feel like after looking at Andor, and again, like I don't know if this is the case, but this is just sort of being part of these worlds and the like looking at Andor, like when it came out, and because I know these people are not original, right? Like these are not like filmmakers, like the kind of people like when like I've learned a lot more about filmmakers that I respect from listening to your commentaries and to me than like whatever I learned through the industry, or like, you know, because we're all just creating propaganda. But they kind of reuse models that they know work, right? That have been tested. And going to the Viet Cong thing, I actually do think that they were using the Viet Cong in the same way, in the sense that maybe not specifically the Viet Cong, but in the same way that Andor is used to rebellion wash genocide, to use like what they know. It doesn't mean that Andor is necessarily tied to Palestine, but they haven't, I just feel like they have enough, you know, like this has been a long game, right? And they have enough analysis of our societies watching us over the centuries accept genocide, accept slavery, accept fascism, accept all these things. They have a study of us. And I think that they know, they have a general idea of what to expect, and they have a general idea of what their long-term plan is for invading and colonizing places like Vietnam. And so they're ready to shape something off of what they kind of know to expect from guerrilla warfare and from all these things. And I think that the release of it, much like Andor, is a way to also pacify the people that they know are going to be in the streets, or like it's a way to co-opt them. It's a way to make them feel seen and recognized. And I genuinely think that Star Wars has always been used as a tool for that. And so I do speculate that like there is that cultural side of Hollywood that, yes, there's that risk in the history, but I think inserting the imperial and military aspect that has always been a part of this company. It's not like it didn't come along later. It built the Lucasfilm. So I just kind of wonder if, like, I don't know what you think about it, but like I think like seeing Andor in our current time, and I know they're not original, so I just feel like they're going to a model that they know has worked when things escalated to the point that they have in the last couple years, which probably was not really seen in America since Vietnam. So they use, like, I think that's sort of, I don't know, that's kind of how I see these, you know, as much as like it's such a contradiction in my head, because like if you knew me 20 years ago, like I had all the toys and I had like all the things, but I really think that that's what they're doing. And as an artist in the industry, because, you know, like I brought this up on the show before, like Pixar and Lucas were sort of a joint venture with JARPA. They sort of spawned from the same source. And the way that even on the artist side in the industry, we take all our cues from that. Like our internal culture is always about, like, all our internal workshops are like, we're going to learn the Lucas model or the Pixar model, which also takes from Joseph, like it's the storylines are all from Joseph Campbell, and using their strategies and their ways of learning how to tell stories that's always even their way of doing like shape design, color, lighting, it all comes from those two studios that share that history, and it shapes the way that we work, at least on these kind of production. Like that's my experience, is working on either blockbusters or features. That shapes all of it. So I do kind of wonder about that. Like I think, and then so going back to the sequel thing, I don't know if he necessarily would have had the screenplay for it, but they would have had the history, like the idea of like, as if it, like if Star Wars was a real thing, he would have had his backstory of the characters and sort of like something like ready, I think. I don't know. I could be wrong. Like so that's the thing. This is more like my speculate. Like, I don't know.
So I'll say a couple things. I mean, I definitely agree. Like, I think a couple of things to kind of like the whole new Hollywood thing. I think what people have to accept was it was a deal to keep Hollywood alive. They went with doing things, these darker, quote unquote stories, the real stories, not because they felt they wanted to have a better view of the American people. Maybe some of the filmmakers who did that stuff wanted to do that. We can debate that at another time. But it was a deal because Hollywood couldn't exist. They were basically suffering, right? So they were having literal financial trouble. So when they did these Taxi Drivers, the Dog Day Afternoons, they were a new network. It was not a deal that they necessarily even wanted to make. They didn't want to necessarily make these films. They wanted to do something that could literally keep them afloat. I agree. Star Wars, when I say risk for them, it is a financial risk, but also it's the risk they're willing to take because of what you just pointed out, because of the narrative, right? It is the narrative scope that they kind of want to reintroduce, especially after a lot of these executives felt they almost lost their country with Vietnam, and they're still trying to have to weed out people who are still in the active in the left-wing political movements, right? They still have to weed out what's kind of still existing. It might not have the same kind of forefront, but it's 77 when the first one comes out. You still have Weathers, you still have Panthers, you still have BLA, you have things like that existing. And what's happening also in Europe at the time still also, I think, is still in their head. They don't want the what's happening in Western Europe to also come over to these shores. So they need to create like a new ideology. So this is totally true. They need to create new ideological functions. And then with Lucas and everybody, I mean, one of the things, and me and Dwayne Monroe have actually been talking about doing some stuff about this a lot, and Dwayne's in the chat, he can probably mention some stuff too, is the military technology when it comes to camera technology, and that really becomes super evident more in the 90s, because who is the person who brings in digital video to Hollywood? It's Lucas. He is the person with the prequels. So that kind of you would probably.
Oh, you lost your thing for a second there.
I think you're muted.
Yeah, he's figuring it out. I think he unplugged his mic by accident. There you go.
You would know more than me about certain types of those things, but about the length of his relationship with that type of stuff, I'm sure, because when it comes to a lot of that funding and those research stuff, the grants, it's circular, right? They need people who's going to do the research, do the stuff, a place to do it, the development of the technology.
He had Skywalker Ranch, where he basically operated as like a secret base that nobody could have access to.
So they're doing all of it. But when it comes like a Hollywood executive, they see it as a risk. But at the same token, like certain other things they see as risks, and they say no. They say yes to Star Wars. Then they say yes to Empire Strikes Back. They go at the ultimate of the day. If it's a risk, I always feel like it's interesting to watch what they consider to be a risk and the risk they say yes for. Like I had an argument with someone about Sinners. They were like, "Oh, well, look, man, Ryan Coogler, man, he had to fight to get that thing done." I said, but at the end of the day, the motherfucker got the thing done. Right? He didn't get it done because he's so great. He got it done because someone up above him in Empire was like, "Yeah, let's do that. I'm into this. I think it'll be worthy."
I'd argue also, though, that like the concerns of the executives too, they're not the only ones. Like they're conversing with people that are telling them no, make it happen. Also, it's not just like they might feel it's a financial risk, but they might have other people or departments or interests that work with them, that they're chairs of in other places or connected to in state departments or whatever, that also, even if as a profession, as somebody that invests in films might be like, this isn't reasonable, they might still go ahead and do it regardless of their professional opinion as a Hollywood executive. There's still people that are I think like that's the thing too on these projects, and that's why, even when like, or the way that I look at it, and again, it's sort of like this is where it's like always been so interesting, like when we have our conversations, because we've kind of, we have overlapping work experience, but also on different like halves of the pipeline, and we have to finish our pipeline building and stuff. But at least on like I guess like my side would be like really the sort of back end. I really struggle as someone that's worked in this industry. Like when I talk to people that are not in the industry, and like, which while I was in the industry, we're so myopic, that I don't actually have that experience of talking to people outside of my industry very often. but I think that's the interesting thing, like in the last few months, you know, just engaging even in online spaces, like it's really hard for me to understand why people think that it's the director's film, because it's such a huge project, right? So even with Star Wars, even though they changed directors, that's kind of like, I don't know, like, you know, like some company wants me to make like directors might have a different vision. And so there are certain things that would look different if it was one director, obviously, than a different, just like the DOP. Like I loved the DOP on Empire, I think it was so much more like aesthetic than the other two films, but the average person might not recognize that difference. And if it wasn't that DOP and it was the same DOP as in Return of the Jedi, which was not as aesthetic, people still would have walked away from Empire having internalized the same stories and ideologies and like all of those things. And the director is sort of like a similar, you know, thing. And often on these productions too, there's so many people that like the director is like, he might have like a semi-final say, like he'll have a final say, but then there might be an executive or another party that holds, you know, like and most likely collectively, like that, you know, that there's the studio or the state, that like the CIA or the State Department or other like whoever the whole imperial upper apparatus might, you know, also have their suggestions, and the director just has to agree to that, and then he sort of like that final word will override, you know, the director's word. So the director is almost like a
He's like Lando.
He's like Lando. Yeah. He'd be like Lando. Like Lando can sort of have his vision of the space, but at the end of the day, like it's not like certain things have to come through in the story. So and that's how I feel like every role is like that. So even when we say, oh, the screenwriter, they didn't conceive the whole thing themselves. They're just maybe better. Like the dialogue would be a certain way with this screenwriter, and the way that it shapes itself. Like each artist obviously leaves their imprint and their expertise, and you know, but it's so collective that like for me, I am very conscious that it's not one person. And I think that's something that and the same thing with Sinners, like anything that Disney is going to put out. I mean, I know I don't need to say this to your audience because you guys say this every week, like the First Cinema thing, anything that's going to come out from First Cinema is not going to be some kind of a visionary breakthrough, because it's basically like, it's like you saying, oh my, like, I don't know, like I'm looking at like the Marvel, like, you know, because we all know Marvel is like a Pentagon, you know, related enterprise. But you'll see like an actor like Mark Ruffalo, you know, like speaking out, and when people say like, oh, this director like put his own thing through, that's like saying like, well, Mark Ruffalo is pro-Palestinian, so the Marvel film that he's in must have been like, I know that people can see the difference, that they're like, well, Mark Ruffalo isn't as influential, but for me, I'm like, the director is like the same thing. So when you have a film like Sinners, it's definitely going to have Coogler's flavor to it. It's going to have like, there's expertise obviously that they bring, but I think that's something that on these productions, and I'm sure, like obviously I didn't work on these Star Wars films, I very much doubt that it was that different, you know, at the time. I'm sure it was such a like collective shaping of
also, yeah, I mean, I think that's why this guy was hired, because he wasn't a director with a name. Like, so it is very interesting that they didn't go and ask Martin Scorsese to go do it. Right. Yeah. They didn't go say, hey, Sidney Lumet, could you go direct this for us? They didn't do that. They went and got someone who was a teacher at USC who wasn't really doing anything, so they could have more influence. Lucas could kind of give him. The one thing I will say, there was qualitative shifts. I remember I said this when I did RoboCop. When people watch the RoboCop making of it, it's interesting to watch the qualitative shifts that have happened in movie production though over the decades, because it's because of technology. And that also goes back to why they want this level of surveillance technology, to have the constant control. Like, so like you think of like what happened with like was it Richard Donner and Superman, how he got fired, right, from the film because the studio felt that they couldn't control him enough. He was trying to go too rogue with whatever the fuck he was doing. So they basically kicked him to the curb and took studio control. So now in this epoch that we're now in movie making, there is so much more control because of the technology, right? And that's why they've put all of this technology into movies so they could do exactly with what you're talking about. Because, you know, back in that time, they couldn't get instant communication, you know, so a director could do this, or they needed someone that they knew ideologically enough would do what they want them to do. So they get those right people and put them in the places and make sure that and that's why they get like a journeyman. And then Lucas can sit there and say, I don't really want to do this. How about do that? But it's your movie though.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the interesting thing, because with these ones, like even like, you know, like I loved this director of photography. Like I'm like always forgetting his name, but I've studied his work. Like I've studied it, you know, when I was like being competitive in my field. But he, like, even for him, you know, like, I mean, like I could geek out about like every shot in this film, like just aesthetically, but he's still also like, so, you know, like the director of the film is not actually choosing how these shots are going to be. That's the director of photography, not the film director. And the director of photography isn't choosing all those shots in isolation because they were storyboarded by a storyboard, not just artist, but team. And that's a whole, like, so that's why I'm always like, I mean, this is where I'd actually love to either, I don't know if this is challenging, like, you know, the undefeated chat or just the general public, or just ask them when people say, and like when people are talking about how they love a director, like, what are you talking about? Like, what is it that you love, and what do you think that they're doing? Because I think in actually asking that question, it could start just to show that this isn't, like, I think that could help dispel part of the problem of the influence of these films, or this idea where people get co-opted by these films, you know, like the whole conversation I had with Superman, like back when, and Andor, because then you'd see like it's not a person's vision, because you start isolating that person and you start thinking that their politics are this or that, and it's actually like ask yourself what it is that you like about them and identify it, because you might actually realize that everything that you like was just like it was the artist, it was the photographer, it was this, like I'm just curious, I guess, like, because as somebody that, you know, like I said, I don't engage often in these conversations, and up until the last couple of years I was constantly surrounded by really liberal white men in my industry that I could not engage in these kind of critical conversations with. And my family doesn't really like, it's an argument if I talk to my family, because I'm like ruining things for them, you know, or whatever. So I don't talk shop at home. So I actually am like, this is like a great opportunity. Like I'd really love to know, because that's something that I'm coming up against, like just in my own way of trying to break things down. Like, what is it, like, as somebody that, because I've been just so immersed in this industry, like outside of it, like because I know we hide things. I know I've recognized now more than ever that all these behind the scenes things are purposely obfuscated. And I know I said this before, but it used to make me angry on a selfish level, because I used to be frustrated that people didn't understand what we did, and they only care about the actors who literally do nothing in the film. And half the time we edit their performance and recreate a new performance from what was recorded, because we can, you know, do all of that. So like, it always bothered my ego. But now that I'm looking at things more critically, I do realize that it's actually a very concerning thing that they purposefully don't show you any of the real mechanisms of how we work, unless it's promotional, you know, unless it's something that could be like whatever you're going to see on starwars.com is like promotional, you know, or whatever. So that's what I do wonder, like, when people say they love this director, like, what are they actually like? Like that's my question right now. Like, what are people saying? Like, because I genuinely am confused. Like this is where I feel like I'm speaking a different language sometimes to people.
Well, I think actually this is a good space for us to like use that question to somewhat jump into Star Wars, to this movie, because what you're posing, I think, is a similar problem. Whatever we want to call it, as a totality, right? Presents, which is that um, you need a Luke Skywalker, you need an Anakin Skywalker, you need a Rey, right? Like that. There's one, right? That you have to look to somebody, right, as this person that makes everything happen and that can, a whole movement, a whole rebellion, a whole, the restoration of a republic, whatever, like rests upon this mythology that's built around an individual, right? And so the promotion of directors, I think, within the US system is very much, and it's very interesting, right? Because they don't producers and executive producers are not promoted in the same way. I mean, granted, Lucas is executive producer on this, and he gets a special, because he's sort of seen as the director of it all, right? And so he gets kind of a pass, as he gets to be that figure for the start as the creator, right? I mean, it is like kind of like that god-like power that Lucas is seen as having over this world, even after the point at which he has no involvement in it anymore at all, right? With like the subsequent trilogy, right, where they actually even take the notes or whatever that he had of what was supposed to happen and basically just throw them out and do something different. Um, but I think that is part of it's a reflection of our society, right? And how we're taught to think through films like these, of the way that, it's the great man version of history or whatever, right? It's also, Boots Riley in I'm a Virgo talked about like the main character, who's like a 7 foot tall. No, he's like what, 11, 12 feet tall. He's huge, right? He's like a giant, right? And there was this commentary of his parents like keeping him hidden all of this time, and then like, he's let out, right? And then this is supposed to be sort of the sparking of the revolution. And he was like, look, this is like the way that people think in like Western left or whatever, is that like we're just waiting for this next, Lenin or Marx or whatever, right, to like lead us, that you have to have some magical leader, right, to and this is also a problem, right, within the left, of how we think about these things, the figures above my head and all of that, that like, we have to have this person that will make it all happen, as if it is not what you're talking about. Like a movie is an industrial process that is not led by the director even. Um, there are more powerful forces at play here, and then there's the whole machine of it, right? That there's all these components of it as well. Um, and I think that's, if you know to move into this, like one of the really dangerous things I think about the Star Wars mythology is that it is this kind of religious, you know, pseudo religion, mythological view of, the father, the son, the daughter, them going through these personal journeys and interactions with one another. And ultimately, these folks are the deciders of galactic history, and it
And
is
the
not.
chosen ones, like chosen by the Force also. And and
Yeah,
they did it in Andor too at the end, even though everyone was like, oh, Andor was about the real people. At the end, he's like, that Force woman like acknowledges that he's also a chosen chosen one or something.
absolutely. And as you've pointed out, I mean, I think you helped a lot with the Andor question too, of like, again, it's still so like Cassian Andor is so central to that story. I mean, it's obviously called him, right? But like it's named after him. But it's not. I mean, this is complicated, right? Because obviously individuals are involved in the making of history and to tell stories like we often, but this is that's the whole model of Western storytelling is to like hyper focus in on the individual, give everybody else like these kind of supplementary roles of they matter insofar as they like influence or support or whatever that individual. I mean, even this rebellion, which is huge and has all these ships and generals and guerrilla bases and all this stuff, it's like it's all waiting for and based always on like, can we get Luke in the right place to be able to do what he needs to do?
I just have to vent about one thing too, because like when Darth Vader like got to the base on Hoth and he's like coming after Luke and all of them, and they're like, oh good, they got away. And as they got away, we still see that there's all these rebels that are still there, and Vader is there with his troops. Like, no, we didn't see Vader leave. And I'm like, what about all these people that Vader might kill? Like, what's happening here? And nobody, I think Lando is the only person like that actually acknowledge, when he tells everyone to evacuate the city, he's like the only one of the characters that actually acknowledges that other people exist in the world or something. Not that I'm giving anything in it a pass for collective.
Yeah, but then they use them as a justification to be a traitor, right?
Yeah.
So it's the brother's a traitor. I do think this is a moment we got to bring in Campbell, because this is literally what Joseph Campbell has literally dialed out. And someone in the chat like questioned it. I'm like, no, I mean, Lucas is explicit. After Star Wars trilogy was done, they did a video series. You can go find it. Where Lucas interviews Campbell, and he talks about, how influential Campbell was. And Campbell has these dialed out like 12, 17 step journey things that like, it's like literally a blueprint of the hero's journey and the monomyth, right?
That's what we learn. We learn that. We learn Campbell and McKee, the story by McKee.
Oh God, Robert McKee. Oh yeah, gosh.
And those are, but that is like literally, if you work in this the people that I work with, that is across the board. That is Marvel, that is Star Wars, that is DC, that is Disney, Pixar, DreamWorks. These are our Bibles. This is what we all just.
But Samantha, I'll add but also it even extends. It is literally, and then I'll add one other person in the screenwriting world. It's Sid Field. So Sid Field, McGee, and Campbell literally ran the industry of screenwriting and thinking for literally, so these ideas of these strict structures, right? You have to have 3-act structures, right? And for like the big Sid Field thing of conflict, where you place it. And if you watch Star Wars, right, and you watch all of them, they all fit in these structures, right? And then when you add someone like Campbell and the hero's journey, and the idea that the hero has to face these certain particular things, slay dragons in this part, right? And you have these certain kinds of characters, helpers, who I think it's like Obi-Wan is one of them, prophets, and all these different things. I mean, a lot of it is malarkey. I mean, all of it is malarkey. And it's based on, the big thing to really think about with Campbell, though, it's based on a particular concept of Western ideas of the great individual and great man and great, and I'm gonna say that great man also. That's a really big thing to think about, because it is significantly around white heterosexual men and conquest. Odysseus, he cites that basically all great hero stories can fall within this paradigm.
Yeah, because
right?
the females only fit in as the goddess archetype that he refers to, that
right.
not as a protagonist, So like, and Leia serves that perfectly in these shows. But and it is, but that's the thing, like even like there is, like Lucas did, like, and I think it's even on the Star, like I'm sure they have interviews on their Star Wars, like, because I know the Star Wars website has like a whole bunch of blogs and like, things. But I was gonna say that, and specifically Campbell like moves away, like purposefully avoids any kind of collective indigenous, like just completely pushes that kind of storytelling out of the way. And but those are like, even if Lucas hadn't done those interviews, I can tell you from someone that's worked in these spaces that those are the books that we like nothing replaces them, honestly. Like in I've been, over like 20 years plus in this industry. It's still been those are like those are the ones that we go to, and if they're like, it's just workshops or just more like somebody trying to, just using more modern films as case studies, applying like those lessons and stuff. But that's what we use. Like, we don't use anything else.
I gotta say one thing in the chat. Go watch. Someone is making kind of questioning the Campbell stuff. If you go watch his universe, he does cite women and non-things, but he fits them into a Western paradigm. So basically, his whole concept is white imagination. I can only think about non-white life within the white imagination, within the white imaginary. I've studied it pretty seriously. I mean, it's malarkey and it's crap and it's racist. And I'm just going to say it out there.
You 1,000%. It's totally that. Yeah, I was like, I knew we would be like kind of getting into that, so I was kind of excited about the whole thing. But it is like Campbell. That's what Campbell is.
Yeah, and I wanted to. So I remember with the prequels, one of my friends in high school raising a question to me that really messed with me at the time, and he and I argued about it, and it was interesting because it was like he had the break with this stuff before I did, but he's like, why does everybody speak English in these movies? And I was like, well, it's Hollywood, right? Like, they got, they're doing it for an Anglophone audience. Like, it would be if everybody was speaking a space language all the time. He's like, why is Jar Jar Binks like doing this weird accent, right? But speaking English, right? Like, why doesn't he just, speak Jar Jarian or whatever? I can't remember. What were they? Quiet? Well, no, I don't remember.
Yeah,
Gungan?
Even before that, though, in episode 4, in A New Hope, like, you can see that the indigenous people of these planets speak other languages, or in Jabba,
right.
Like the Orientalist tropes of Jabba, like, but they clearly other, like, yeah, like this is it's an American hegemony fantasy, like colonizing galaxies instead of just the Earth,
Right. And that was his point. His point was, okay, set the language part aside, right? You have white Americans, right? It's not just that they speak English. They speak English with an American accent, right? So you have white Americans a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away that are both the evil empire and the good one, right? And so...
Well, actually, this is like American Revolution stuff or whatever, because the Empire often speaks with British accents, and the elders from another time, like Ben Kenobi, also has a British accent. So it's also,
interesting.
He's John Locke.
Hilarious. But anyway, like that, it is true that when you look at it, you do have like all of the central figures. I mean, even Darth Vader, right, who has James Earl Jones's voice, is a crusty old white man underneath that helmet, and so it's I just think that is really interesting. And I think that when you do look at, like you're saying, Samantha, whenever there are folks who are supposed to be indigenous, right, there are all of these kind of Orientalist, tropes or, caricatures or all of this. And that was really set up in these first 3 movies. So I think even when they get to the later ones and, you get this sort of, okay, we got to do some diversity, equity, and inclusion and some of this stuff. That's where you get all the pushback too from all the Star Wars nerds who are like, wait, like he's not supposed to be able to. Yeah.
And it's interesting too, because like I know they're doing all these spin-offs now. So sometimes you have like, I think there was like a Filipino actor that was a Sith guy in one of them, or like you get some mixed things, but this is very much like what they did in Fantastic Four. They create these fantasies of the American settler project that's basically like the white Anglo-Saxon derived Americans, not British, but Americans. and then a few Black people that are placed like in their rightful place in society. And there's generally like nobody else exists. Like every other Indigenous person does not exist anymore. They've wiped them clean. So the world, and then they create this facade that there's no racism because they've homogenized humans into a group that just functions as humans. We don't talk about cultural differences or like any of that. And the Indigenous people are portrayed as the aliens. And there's always something inferior about them. Like even Chewbacca, he's like the dumb sidekick. He's sentient enough to be like an engineer. He's like a loyal dog. He's like, you know, he has emotions. He gets sad when Han Solo, like something happens, but he's still this kind of like lesser, like there's like I think what they were trying to get the element of surprise, and then Chewbacca does this big roar because he's just too dumb to be quiet. But there's other times that he actually does whimper and he's like quiet. So there's like these moments that, you know, they just constantly, and there's the little Indigenous workers that were taking apart, you know, C-3PO, and we see that with the Sand People, and these are all meant to represent Indigenous people that Americans have basically genocided, and they've created their society, and they to like maintain this, they'll still they'll allow, you know, and that's what bugs me, because, you know, they say these things are like progressive, like letting like having a character like Lando, or like in Star Trek that they would have some Black actors in it, but they're not progressive. They need to be there so that white supremacy exists. They need to be present in the space. But they're never, like when they create, sorry, and I'm done my rant soon, but when they created Lando, and they created, you know, and I know it was lauded as like this thing, like, oh, it's so progressive because he's also like a love interest to Leia and like all this stuff. And it's like, you know what, if you could have a guy that sort of is like a shadow in a way of Han Solo, right? Like he clearly has all, like he could be a threat, you know, for Leia, then you could have done that with Han Solo in the first place. Like you knew that, like you are conscious that you can create characters that are not white, that can fill these roles or whatever, but they have to do it in a way that they constantly serve that vision of what American society has to be. So I don't see it as progressive. I see it as strategically designing the fantasy white space that they want to. Sorry, I'm done now. I'm done.
Oh, well, 100%. I mean, Lando, I mean, yeah. I mean, people have written about that pretty, you know, the Lando thing was a total attempt at, you know, developing a new market and a new ideological kind of connection amongst the kind of like, you know, growing only 3 to 5 years later, about 5 years later, what would be the Cosby Show watchers, you know?
Yeah,
It's like
and it's like co-opting you. It's like you're welcome in our white space, you know, or something. Yeah. Like you get.
But
nice
he has to be like the smooth dude, though.
Yeah,
you know,
like under conditions. There's conditions.
So like the point y'all are bringing up about the worlds, right? Because like when the movie starts, that's something that kind of hit me, because I haven't watched this in a while. And I was looking at it and I was like, yeah, you know, and I don't watch any of the newer Star Wars stuff. I just don't, like, in like my like time management of life, I don't really look at any of it. But the idea, and Star Trek does this about that the world is like the galaxy's uninhabited for the most part. And then where it is inhabited, it's hostile. So this idea that if they were to go into this cold planet, and like the idea of cold being hostile also is like part of it. And there's like, in this film, I see baiting on like two levels. There's definitely the general Nazi baiting, right? But there is a kind of totalitarian thing, especially with like Vader, that's very Stalin-esque to me, that he sees everything, and then if someone says something, they just get strangled and killed immediately, right? You know, like it's totally invoking that kind of thing. But like you said, they come to the planet, you know, what's the first thing that they do? Luke is out. He's on the planet. He's doing his stuff. We see that Luke is like, you know, made this qualitative shift. He's now, you know, a trusted soldier after like doing his big Death Star thing in the first one, right? But then what's the very first thing? fucking hostile, like
indigenous person,
indigenous creature, not even a person, a creature, right? It doesn't even have like language, right?
No,
it's just primal.
It's sentient enough that it has a home.
Like, right?
You know, like, so it's human, like, and that's the thing. They're like, but again, this is the same trope that like you see in cowboy movies, or like the indigenous people are savage and primal and not as evolved as the white man. And it's just I feel like it's just, that's what they do. Like, it's like Chewie is like a slightly more evolved indigenous wampa, you know, or something like.
That's a good way to put it. But yeah, you see Luke in this kind of, and you know, and when I'm watching the film, I mean, I'll give like some broad general impressions about also what I've noticed about it. What I feel like this film also introduces is the thing that would irritated me throughout the entire movie watching it. It is 95% musically driven. The amount of fucking score in this movie,
I made notes on that too. I'm so glad
is absolutely atrocious. But it is informative. It's informative that they really feel they need to direct you emotionally, like so heavy-handedly. Like they have no trust that the visual can do it enough, or they need this unison, this totality, this emotional,
and it's all music that you have associated priming.
Oh yeah, 100%
from the previous film, and that's where, like, even though I know it's like not the theme of the Imperial 80s, but I agree with you in the sense that, you know, episode 4 was made like a standalone, like it could function as a standalone, like happy ending, heroes, blah blah blah. But I think it served that dual purpose that they ended it that way, in that if it was part of the trilogy, because, you know, we see that too, like if we're just talking about positive, negative charges in the acts, like positive overall ending, negative in the second act, positive in the end of the third act. But like they took all, like, and you hear the music even for like 4 counts of 8, like it could just be 4 counts, and it just does the little, like, you know, that Jedi theme with Ben Kenobi, and it just brings back all those, like this whole, and everything. Like when we start off, there is exposition, but it's a different kind of exposition. We don't need to know these characters. It really just throws you into the story of that. You assume you know who these characters are, and priming is all there, like it's all part of that. Sorry, I'm glad but it is, and I think that's the thing, like artistically they almost like showed their hand a bit too much, like to your point, because I feel like in terms of the aesthetics, like I think there's like a different analysis to be made maybe with the writing or the you know, what we could say is like the directing, but in terms of just the aesthetics, from director of photography to music to costume, like all lighting, color palettes, like the color key progression throughout the entire film, all of the aesthetics, they pulled out all the stops and they used every emotional strategy for within aesthetics, and they did the same with the music, to the point that, and I felt like the music, it was really obvious because it would just drift in as they needed you to think of a certain thing and then disappear, and it changes to a different soundtrack. But they're constantly shaping what you're supposed to think at every moment and every shot also, and that's why I commend the artistry of it. Leading the eye, like there is no like it was so, like, I mean, this is where I geek out a little bit. It was so well done. They really, like, there is nowhere else to look in the shot. There are no flaws, there are no distracting. It's much more artificial, I think, than the other ones, because they used the matte paintings. They really did set up each shot like a photo shoot, so everything like tells you where to look, and the music tells you what to think. So there's very little subjective interpretation in terms of the artistic text. Sorry, I'm rambling now a bit, but like I agree with what you're like the music was such a part of that.
I'll say one other thing, then I'll pass it to you, Jay. But the other thing that I noticed about the movie is I also felt like I didn't have to watch it half the time. Because if you think about it from an actual like moment to moment, a lot of it is literally taking up empty space and just filling it with aesthetic. Because if you think about it actually as like substantive moment to moment reality, like actual like drama, there's a lot of dead space. So they need to actually just put, like you say, the big mats that you could like marvel at and just kind of be washed over, and then have John Williams constantly on you. Because I was like, I remember I watched it, and then like once I got to about 45 minutes, I was like, I'm kind of bored. I can't lie. Like this kind of like overwhelming thing, like it takes so much out of me. Right. And then I noticed that I wasn't looking at the screen. Now, granted, I've seen it, but then it was like almost like second screen, like it was like old school second screen. I was like, I would just look up and I see the Millennium Falcon doing some shit. I was like, oh yeah, they're there now. That's right. Yeah, they're supposed to be exciting, right? And it serves this dual function in this kind of way where, like, if you do want to like marvel at the aesthetics and just like be within it and like, you know, feel like you're in the hero's journey and feel like you're about to become, you know, whatever you're going to become, that can happen. But also, like, you can like look at it and like look away and come back and like, you know, oh yeah, Leia, look at the hair, looking great, you know, like it just has.
But it's weird so funny that you say that, because like before I studied film, like that was probably my least favorite of the three. Like when I was younger and I was a Star Wars fan, it was the least interesting to me because it really just felt like that in the middle thing, even though later on, like reading about it, apparently it's like lauded as one of the, but I always felt like it's just the filler. It's the in between. It's the second act of, it's incomplete, you know? And so it wasn't as interesting to me as the kind of, in terms of, if you looked at character arcs, like again, problematic character arcs, but if you look at the character arcs, there's definitely something more to be like, more happening with the characters' journeys in the first and the third, as opposed to that middle one. But the aesthetics of the middle one, like after I studied film, it was just for like, that's what I would go back to look at, it was the aesthetics of it. But you're right, it's like there's very, you know, it's just like, it is filler. It's like they get stuck in a monster's belly, or they get like, you know, like, yeah, it's like, why?
Yeah. So a few things. I mean, one, I think one of the reactions, the negative reactions that I really had to the prequel trilogy after this first trilogy was what was like kind of an aesthetic betrayal in my view, right? Of like that. It's so interesting. I mean, one to give like a lot of credit, I think, in a certain way to the first three, like you can still watch them. And there are certain moments where you're like, okay, like this is 80s, you know, stop motion or whatever. And you're like, it doesn't look very good in this moment or whatever. But by and large, like you get immersed into this world, right? And it feels real in a way, like it, you know, the sets look like real, like it's not CGI, like, you know, and that like the prequels come out in a phase of CGI where it's just, and this is to some of the stuff you've talked about with us before, Samantha, like it wasn't very good yet. And so even though those movies were some of the better CGI in that era, even when it came out, you were like, oh, this doesn't, you know, visually, this is not at all as real and as immersive. It looks like I'm watching like a video game or something like that when I'm watching it.
Even like more dated than watching the Jim
Totally
workshop stuff. Like I actually prefer the tangible.
100%. Yeah, me too. But yeah, I mean, what you're talking about in terms of the music, I mean, as I was like kind of making my notes on this film, I have some of the least amount of notes that I've taken on any movie that we've done thus far, in part because like I wrote out the scenes, right? Or the settings really, right? Because you have Hoth, you have you have chases, like you have the asteroid that is a monster that they're in the belly of. You have Dagobah, right, when he goes to see Yoda, which is a lot of the movie. You do have these scenes on the Dreadnought, which is like the superstar destroyer that, Darth is on with these Empire guys, right? The generals and admirals that he keeps, choking to death when they don't do things just the way that he wants, right? Or when they don't succeed on whatever task he's assigned to them.
Vader.
Yeah, which is also, I mean, we'll have to talk about this because I think one of the things we can talk about is the vision of fascism or totalitarianism that is presented within this world, and the vision of what resists it, and this kind of thing. Like, what are the political structures? What are the kind of military structures of these things? But you have that. You have, what else do we have? Not much. You have Cloud City, right? As like the kind of final setting. And am I missing anything? I mean, that's most of it right there in terms of just like the actual settings of
I mean, there's
the
like the
film.
final, like when they're on the Medi Bay, whatever rebel,
Right.
I don't know what that is, like a space base or something.
When he's getting his new hand.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
and you mentioned the Imperial ship, right? Where Vader is,
the Dreadnought.
Right?
Yep.
The Dreadnought.
Yep.
Yeah. And there's I feel like there's a few locations inside, each of those, like, because there's like sort of the Imperial, I don't know, the helm, the bridge, and then there's like this sort of, visually stunning and I don't know if it's the engine room, like whatever, with the steam and the intense colors at the end, like the basically the gladiator arena, when every time you're going to see an epic battle that like sets the stage, and
right.
And that would be like a different, physically I'd call it a different location, but yeah, it's within the
Cloud City or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, so there are obviously spaces within these and all of that, but it's just sort of like, it is a very simple kind of 3-act play, really, right? Where you have Hoth and they set that up right away, which I do think is interesting and kind of maybe is a little bit like, I don't know. I've been thinking about these discussions now of how you have to have action in like the first 5 minutes now in movies. It's not quite in the first 5 minutes in this, right? But it's pretty early on. I mean, you do have like Luke actually getting, whatever happens to him where he's in the snow and freezing and they have to go find him and all that. So that, right, like you guys talked about that scene. So you do have that kind of, but you have the initial battle, right, which happens really quickly with it. The Battle of Hoth, right? And then you have, Luke going into his spiritual journey with Yoda to try to actually learn like what it really means to be a Jedi, right? And how to do the stuff. Which I loved that as a kid, like the Yoda Luke relationship. And I look and I'm like, this is so weird and silly. Like,
I think that's where like the Campbell thing, I guess, is interesting in like this, because I agree, like I think that's why with Star Wars, even though they are different films, and even though Episode 1 sort of has a double role, like can serve as a double purpose Episode 4 can serve as a double purpose, I think that they do need to be treated as episodes, because that's the thing with this one. It really was just Episode 2 of if it was Andor and you saw this as an episode in the middle, you wouldn't think it was out of place, but on its own, it's not really a standalone film. It relies entirely on the other ones, but what does sort of follow a complete Joseph Campbell story arc is the hyper individual story of Luke. Nothing to do with the whole story of the narrative, but just Luke himself has, like, he's got the whatever, the call to go to the Dagobah system, and he's got the goddess where he's like worried about Leia, that he leaves it deflects him from his path to go and help out, So like he goes through all the steps of Campbell's thing, and at the end, even though he lost his hand or whatever, he's sort of like has this new understanding of who he is and what like his next steps are. So and that's where I do feel like it's almost like hyper Joseph Campbell. Like it's almost like forget about everything else and just focus like so much on this individual character that the rest of the film serves as act 2 in a broader picture. But I'd say like as a standalone, like if you watch that film alone, the only thing that really completes that whole thing would just be isolating Luke, which I think is the purpose. Like subconsciously, I think that's sort of what gets internalized and taken away from. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's a good point, because the what you begin to realize as you watch it, and rewatching this, and I mean, it's kind of a version of what's already been said, is that if we think about the rebellion, right, the rebels, so forth and so on, right, there's always this constant refrain that like is always contradictory, that they're like cunning and they're smart and they're resilient, but essentially that they're kind of hopeless, right? Like it's a kind of like I think invoking of this of this idea that rebellions like they need this extra jolt, right? And in the kind of Campbell way of seeing things, right, the jolt will be the Force, right? And who will be the Messiah of the Force, which is Luke. So the constant, if you look at the shot language, everything, how all characters have to like kind of go around him. Like, look, Han is basically up in there like, I gotta be out, man. Money on my head, bounty, what is up? Death is coming. Luke ain't here. Oh shit. I mean, it's almost annoying, right? Like it's also like almost like inconsistent. That character would have been like, oh man, I don't know, bro. Sorry, Luke, dude. That sucks. Let me know if you find him, right? No, he totally reshapes everything he's doing because Luke is in trouble.
He becomes like a caring father to like, and we see that right from the beginning. Like even after this weird like incest kiss that Leia gives to Luke. And you see that like Han, like it's supposed to bother Han, and literally it cuts to the next shot where Luke is getting into the plane, and he's got this fatherly care. Like the competition thing doesn't bother him. And it was like all of his, but he's also established as this like, because there's a bit of the Karen-ness, like the white patriarchal relationship between him and Leia, and he has to be this like super like he's aggressive with her even, like he has to really be the she's almost like she's like that woman that upholds white supremacy in a way, and she's like up there, but he's just a little bit more up there than her. And she's
can I say something to your point, Samantha? Did you notice how almost all of her lines are reactive?
Yes.
She has like maybe like I think the only time she has like a kind of initiating is when she's looking for the droids at the end.
You're so right. Yes.
Or when she says she doesn't trust Lando. She's always reactive.
And she also repeats, she mimics Han. Like you see it in the Millennium Falcon a lot. Like that was something that bothered me because he treats her aggressively when he's like saving her. He's like grabbing her arm. He's like, come with me. Like, all this kind of stuff. And then she behaves that way towards Chewie and especially C-3PO. And she mimics him and then to protect him, it's like when C-3PO is bugging him, she just shuts C-3PO off so that Han can focus, or like she, so there's a weird relationship, like a power dynamic that is being established with those characters that's inconsistent from how they were established originally. But because, again, this is sort of like the formula that we use. If we've sold them a certain way and people have their identity politics and whatever that they're associating with them, then we can just redirect these characters to serve the ideologies that we need. And people are just on board with them and don't, question it. And I feel like, I think that was something that I noticed. This sort of weird power play that was happening not between them competing with each other, but just setting up again, like this kind of the way that these relationships are supposed to be. And they do represent like what man and woman is supposed to be in society. They're the love story and the, you know, like all of that. And obviously Leia's also a chosen one. So she's part of the Aryan race or eugenics, superior eugenics, you know, or whatever too. So Han also has to be shown to be like also of a superior eugenics, even though he's not with the Force. He has to be the masculine that they need, and he's got that kind of like caring but also aggressive, and he's selfless, and he's, I don't know, it's like, yeah, it's a very, there's certain dynamics that they're playing with there, that they're introducing into it, that I thought, you know, if you were just, if like, and this is where I get caught up, you know, in struggling to have conversations like outside of like, you know, just with people that because these are tools that we use like on the inside, right? Like, you know, this, like when you're working on these projects, this is how we think of characters. We don't create the characters in the way that like people that are just passionate and are writing fan fiction and they're like, who's my character? And, or that's maybe even what the actors do. The actors might go into that mindset to build something believable with this character and keep that character consistent. But there are still like story shaping, messaging things that on the crafting levels of the film, regardless of who the actress or actor is going to be in these roles, those are going to be, that the character is going to do that or say those lines, or that these things are going to be written for certain reasons. It's not to be true to the character, it's to be true to what the device of that character needs to be in the story. And I feel like I'm tangenting a bit, but
no, I think Han is a really important character to Star Wars, to the whole, you know, all of it, right? The whole world. And I think it was also important to the success of the films also, you know, and I mean, obviously Harrison Ford is a really good actor. Like
was he like super famous when that film came out, or was he still okay?
No, but by the time this film comes out, he's starting to like, because Indiana Jones
makes him famous.
Yeah,
A New Hope makes him famous, but he also hadn't broken out quite yet.
Yeah.
When did the first Indiana Jones come out?
81.
Okay, so this was before
like
all of his. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he was a journeyman actor. I mean, who was in a lot of stuff. I mean, he's kind of a late bloomer for a Hollywood.
He was
star
in American Graffiti though too. Yeah,
but he wasn't known. I mean, it's the thing. I mean, even him doing this role was kind of like, all right, let's see what happens. And oh shit,
yeah,
he was telling.
But I say that to say too, like when you watch this film, I mean, Mark Hamill is actually pretty terrible in a lot of this film. I mean, you know, this is why Mark Hamill does not have like, I don't buy the like, oh, he was typecast as Luke and so nobody would like I mean, sure, like he but he's just not good. I mean, the father, no, like the stuff when he's like hanging on the whatever that you know, the little spindle or whatever above the abyss, and you know, is finding out that, you know, Darth is his father, and like it's just so overacted and kind of poorly acted, I think. And yeah, he's just not very dynamic. And I think there is also this thing too, when you think about kind of the mythology, right? Of Luke has to remain pure in a lot of ways for the Messiah thing to work. Like, yes, there is the allure of the dark side. There is, you know, will he join his father? Will his father join him? Like, how do they navigate this kind of relationship between the two of them on opposite sides of, you know, the Force? And I do also have to say, the Force in particular is something that we do have to come back to, because the way that it presents fear and hate as these like ultimate kind of negative emotions that drive you into the like, this is like,
I would love to talk about this. Yeah,
peak liberal bullshit. Like, yeah, but we could set that aside for a little bit. But I think that, you know, because Luke is the Messiah figure in this 3 movie arc, at least, that it's important for, Lucas and the franchise to keep him as this kind of pure, like, you do get the weird incest kiss, but then you're like, okay, find out in this one that they're brother and sister, right? And it's like, okay, we could set that aside. Now he doesn't have to have any kind of sexual feelings or whatever. We can keep him in a very, like, honestly, like, this is the way people talk about Jesus, right? As well as, like, as though, we have to skip over his 20s because, like, we can't talk about what he possibly was doing in this point of his life, right? But Han, on the other hand, is like the cowboy, archetype, right? He is he's the smuggler. He's an outlaw essentially, right? But he is also steps in and brings justice. He also can be, inappropriate with women, like over aggressive, like definitely it kind of gives you the, like, what is that Marlon Brando on the waterfront with, like, the, like, I'll kiss you until you, like, fall in love with me kind of thing, with the ladies like, no, 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 yes, like that kind of awful, like, rape culture Hollywood stereotype stuff. So he does all of that. And so he is like among the good guys, right? He's kind of the vehicle for all of the contradictions to kind of that, people can watch and say, oh, well, that's the character I relate to, or he's the, it's the American rugged individual kind of, crap. So anyway, I think that's kind of an important thing. But I guess what I ask is, like, as we move through the movie a little bit, are there anything in, like, Hoth or the Dagobah or that early asteroid, or them being caught up on the asteroid for a while, that is, like, is there anything in all those scenes that we need to analyze, like, or discuss?
Probably the only thing I want to kind of invoke is also in it, because it came up, is the droids. And one of the things that I had forgotten about, and I got reminded watching it, is when people credit The Hidden Fortress by Kurosawa as influence with the wipes, which all comes from the Kurosawa Hidden Fortress. That's not the only influence. The other influence is essentially the droids. If people have seen The Hidden Fortress by Kurosawa, the story is told from the two peasants who are watching, who basically are helping protect the princess and all this type of stuff, right? It's part of it, right? It's actually taken from that. I do have challenges with Kurosawa's class issues within it. I would say but it is far better than what Lucas has done class-wise, because we have to think about the droids as peasants. Like it's also this concept of peasantry that can now be somewhat excused because they're robots. So that a higher level of existence would still give us this old feudal existence that we have, right? But it's kind of excusable because, they're robots. They're not real people. They were programmed to be essentially obedient. It's part of their programming to be obedient. And this kind of getting us to love feudal times, right? But feudal times that also look like advanced capital. Like it's this, so it becomes, this is where, like, the messianic Campbell thing and what Lucas's addition to it really gets nasty to me, because you're watching this, advanced civilization that's in the past, because they want us to kind of love the feudal existence, right? So all the feudal politics get rinsed, except for anger and and you can't be angry. You shouldn't really help your friends if they're in trouble, because you're gonna get fucked up, right? You need to have this kind of balance of yourself, which I don't know. It's like, I don't know, was Lucas going to really bad yoga classes or something like that? I'm making a joke, but kind of that's the kind of thing you would see in the 80s, right? That it would kind of come about. But I wanted to throw that in there. But as far as, like, narratively, I'm sure there is. Samantha, you might have some stuff, but, like, I'll just say kind of overall, that's kind of my point about the movie, that I already said it. It's these big washes, right? The characters are interesting. The characters have a lot. But in terms of, like, actual scenic drama, I'm watching it and I'm going, you basically want this to wash over me.
Yeah. I mean, I think that, like, I totally agree. Like, the whole drone thing is so, or the robots are like, it's so odd, because I also find it disturbing that was something, like, I made a note about that for later in the Cloud City, but it applies across the whole thing. Like, you know, because C-3PO has emotions like fear and stress and these kind of things. And so, and so it's like they introduce certain levels of humanity, like, and that's what I find really disturbing, because it's the same thing with how they portray Indigenous people as these semi-sentient things. Like, we're actually very conscious that there is like a human side to them, and yet they're positioned in a way that it's like acceptable that they're lesser, or that the droids are slaves and like subservient and just taken for granted. And even though like C-3PO goes through all these emotions and thoughts and stress, like Leia can just turn him off when she doesn't want to deal with him, you know, or something like that. Like, so yeah, there's just something like weird about it. And the other thing I just wanted to draw attention to, I actually made a post about this on my Instagram, but just like as a general thing, that this movie, I don't know if it was like kind of pioneering this idea, but I made this note in like the rebel base thing, because this happens with Chewie, but it's also with R2. Star Wars also really shows us like I don't know how effective it is or not, but just the tools of like interpersonal relationships and how characters' identities are created based on how other characters respond to them. Because like R2-D2 just beeps all the time, and we know him to be like this kind of sassy droid because of like, you know, or like, you know, at the end where he's like the computer told me the hyperdrive wasn't working, and you know, and C-3PO was telling him to shut up in the Cloud City, and then they get on the ship and R2's like, I told you so, you know, kind of thing. And so we kind of know that R2 is like, R2 knows everything, and he's kind of sassy and always there, but like all he does is beep. And so we know this because of other, you know, characters. And the same thing with the relationship with Chewie, like, but that's not exclusive to them. That's also how we're meant to, like, you know, because it's like what you were saying with Luke, it's how all these characters are responding to Luke that it like isolates him as being the Messiah or the chosen one, you know, like Han suddenly becoming so caring that, you know, even like the training of Luke in the swamps in Dagobah is like, don't leave, Luke, because the whole universe will die if it's not you that masters the Force properly, you know, or like, so these kind of like constant reactions to certain characters also just, it's the same kind of tool as using music to trigger certain things. It's like you're constantly primed to feel certain ways also through these kind of character reactions. Sorry, so I just wanted to throw that in because that was like one of my notes at the rebel base, and something that bugged me, and I'm just gonna, this is maybe just a personal thing, but you know, it's kind of like when Han said something like Chewie, like, because Chewie does these grunts, right, or these like I can't do it, but you know, like he does like the thing, and like just even as a sound, we hear him being like more whimpery or more loud. And something that really bugged me in the rebel base is like when Han responds to him being like, don't get so angry, like I'll come and help you, like something. And Chewie actually wasn't being angry, he was being kind of like, and then Han's like, okay, don't get so angry. And it just made me think about how white people always get mad at brown and black people for just voicing something. And I know it's not necessarily that, like I know that that's just like me making a leap somewhere, but like it also, I just find like, you know, the patience that these characters have with the droids or with the indigenous, I'm going to call them indigenous people, that they're portrayed as aliens and sub intellectual or whatever. It's just the way that they choose to respond to them at their own convenience and just constantly reinforcing their superiority even in that way. And that occurs a lot. And that's also like, you know, these are all by design things. These are not because of, like, I know like everyone loves to tell these stories how like Harrison Ford, like maybe he does throw in that line, like I know, and maybe that's his own like take at the end, I don't know, sorry, the I love you thing or whatever, but but more often than not, like, you know, like you were saying, like, he wasn't like a big shot back then. Actors don't get to decide, like, to suddenly change the trajectory of the movie. So a lot of these decisions on how these actors are behaving towards the characters are predetermined by the writers and the team of directors, or whatever you want to call it. And so, yeah, sorry. So I just had that note about, like, because we're already setting it up in that rebel-based scene, like, but it was set up in the previous movie. But I just find, like, Star Wars does that a lot too, which I find, yeah, that's what I want to say about that. I guess I'll stop there.
No, it's good. I mean, there's the point you're making about the hierarchies that are evident within the film. Like, if you spend any time like looking at it, is what you're talking about is quite obvious, right? In terms of, like, you know, even like you said, how they relate to Chewie, how they relate to, and it always is so funny that, like, you can't, like, you never know actually what Chewbacca says or what R2D2 is saying, right? But you get C3PO's role, I think, is actually really interesting in the films, but also, like, they all hate 3PO so much too, like, you know, and he's the one who can actually, like, say these things in English too, right, back to them, to translate it all. But you're right. I mean, anytime that you have, you know, an alien or a droid, you know, it's so clear in just the affect and tone and way that they relate to, that they look down. I mean, like, a good example of where we could talk about this is, like, when Luke lands on Dagobah and encounters Yoda, right? And he's like, "Get out of here, you street urchin," basically. Like, he's like, "You want to steal my stuff?" And, you know, like, he has a total, like, this is a lower life form to Luke off the
Yeah.
top. And then he's like, "Oh shit, like, this is the guy I'm supposed to be learning the Force from. Like, now I have to actually," but even then, you know, he's constantly, you know, questioning and thinking he's smarter and that what he actually says is the way to go. So he never, like, fully trusts. And then Yoda is this weird, like, combination of, you know, what is Buddhism and, you know, Zen and
Yeah.
Taoism and, like,
Zoroaster. It's like it's
Yeah.
all over the place.
yeah. And so, you know, you get all of this just pastiche again of a very, I mean, it's very California, actually, you know, thinking about George Lucas, right? And just like, okay, you know, like you said, Mtume, like, going to the yoga and all of this. It reminds me a lot of Phil Jackson too, with, like, the appropriation of, like, you know, indigenous, you know, some Eastern religion, philosophy,
It's
right? And, like,
Laurel
just kind of,
Canyon, man. It's the Laurel Canyon hangout. You know what I'm saying, bro? They're over on Laurel, smoking the joint, chilling out with Yoda.
well, and CIA and Laurel Canyon, like, there's a lot there that we could go.
Well,
Lookout Mountain.
It's all in, that's another thing, like the Orientalism and the indigenous appropriate. It's kind of, I see it sort of as like the precursor to what we're seeing with Avatar. Like, Avatar is deliberately sort of creating this homogenous indigenous, you know, like, and James Cameron will say that. Sorry, I know I usually discredit the interviews and stuff, but he'll say, like, we were looking at indigenous people from everywhere, you know, to create this, like from, like, Hawaii and, like, Maori and, you know, Lakota and, like, you know, just like a whole mix, because all indigenous people are clearly the same, so it just kind of blended in there. And I feel like they did that in like, sorry, I'm just seeing the thing, so good, that, like, they did that with sort of this Asian people are absent from Star Wars. There is not a single Asian person, but, like, everything, like, you know, like yeah, like Kurosawa, like, they, like, even the whole Jedi thing, like sort of a kendo thing, and the Jedi robes are very, like, Japanese style. And there's even with the Empire, like, even though there is, like, the sort of the Nazi look, they also have a bit of, like, sort of like a bit of, like, the Mao fashion, or the Japanese, like, kind of imperial like it, and you know, like Vader's helmet's got that samurai thing, so like they're like the whole thing is like everything evil is also like, that's the other thing, like the whole aesthetic of the rebellion is American. And oh, that was another thing I did want to add, sorry, before, like while we're still on Hoth and the rebel base, and but it pertains to the whole thing, like even Cloud City, the characters are also like, all of our like American characters are very like, the costuming is very tactile and soft. Like all of their hair is very like blow dried and coiffed and very soft and moving, and their clothing and even the rebel base clothing, like it all feels very soft and flowy. And then everything aesthetically, you know, in like the for the Empire and stuff, it's all like just very like, you can't, it doesn't feel like you could touch it, it's all hard and cold, and even the uniforms and stuff. And so, but that's all like deliberate, right? And so they have like this whole like, you know, and then of course there's the color palettes and the white and the dark, and but they do have like there's so much like visceralness in like, and that is something, you know, like to what you were saying before, like Star Wars is a very sort of tactile, visceral aesthetic, which is why the episodes 1, 2, and 3 didn't feel like the same, you know, kind of films, but that applies like like that's what you see with all these characters. They're all very soft, like even Lando, like he's got his like blow dried hair and his like billowy shirt, you know, so there's just something very soft about them and much more welcoming than, sorry, that's like right from the get-go as well. So I just wanted to throw that in too.
No, I was making a joke. I was like, it's the most couture rebellion ever. Like, like it's like, I thought about that. I was like watching it. I'm like, so what? So when you say, oh, we're going to the snow, get out the snowsuits, guys, and like, you know, they have like,
a big designer snowsuits and stuff.
But like that's part of it. Like, I think this is where like I also get really mad at things like Star Wars, because it totally obfuscates how things are produced. And this is like a larger critique about movies when you get into kind of metaphysical kind of ways of thinking about existence. Like nothing is material. So it's like, okay, this is a rebellion, right? Y'all pretty stocked as a rebellion, right? Y'all got a lot of shit, right? I know the Empire is coming, but like if you think about it, the only big difference it seems is that the Empire just has more ships, right? At least in this movie, if I isolate it, they have bigger ships, they have more starships, and like they're able to kind of overpower. The Death Star in the first one was like the other big thing that they had, and they can blow up planets with it, right? So that's a big thing. But this is a pretty stocked rebellion, and you're right. They have the, you know, the hair's looking good. You know, his Vidal Sassoon is happening in Han's hair. But also this goes back to like the old Buck Rogers shit. If you watch like the old like things, they all looked like that too. And it's this obsession with exploration that has to do with the West, that comes from the West, right? And really, which is also just their colonial confession, right? And they want like space exploration and colonialism to look good, and they want you to feel good doing it, right? And your point, I didn't think about that. They're totally Japanese fascists if you think about the other soldiers, because think about how sleek they are in this movie.
Yeah,
I have to look back. Was there a like a non like straight, like, you know, thin, you know, kind of
and they did stretch the screen, like you can tell that they did that,
right?
Like,
yeah,
that's what they used to do back then. Like
it's probably anamorphic, and it's probably, I'm pretty sure it's anamorphic too. It's probably an anamorphic lens. I'm pretty sure they shot them in. But yeah, but like they're so sleek, right? Because but they're not muscular. That's the other thing. They're sleek, but they're like thin. Right. So then when you have Vader, and Vader to me is always such a funny villain because he looks bloated. Right.
Yeah, I have something to say. Like, don't let me forget. I want to like say something about that comment too. But yeah,
he looks. Yeah, he feels always bloated to me, Vader. So I'm always kind of just like, right. He's kind of doing this thing, and like because it's James Earl Jones's voice, I personally have never been able to separate that. Even as a kid, like I can't separate it. And we could talk about that type of thing. But yeah, that was my only things. Jay, I saw you had unmuted.
Yeah, I mean, I want Samantha to save her comment on Vader because I want to hear that. I think that what you're saying, though, both of you, I mean, this is like why the problem I think with the Viet Cong story that Lucas has propagated, that people, especially I think people on the left, love that, right? And it's I mean, this is a thing too about like, you know, where Andor resonates with people, you know, because in some other language at one point, an interview, right, with Gilroy or whatever, like reference that maybe he's talking about Palestinians, right, even though people are not sure that he's not talking about Israelis resisting British colonialism based on the translation, right? But that, like, setting that aside, which is interesting in itself, because I do think there's a whole way that, you know, when you talk about the American Revolution, or you talk about, for instance, you know, Zionists, resistance of certain aspects of British colonialism or whatnot, that actually is more of a useful framework for understanding this kind of world, right? Where you have settlers, right, that are resisting, the old colonial metropole, right? Um, but I do think that the big problem with this being, if this becomes your representation of, for instance, the North Vietnamese army or whatever, then, like, it becomes, it's not guerrilla warfare. Like, you're not talking about, I mean, yes, you could say, okay, well, they get in they fly in the trenches of the Death Star, right? Or they have, their technology is not quite as advanced, and so on and so forth. But like, even to Hoth, like, they've built this huge base that they now are operating out of with all of these ships. The Empire's technology actually really sucks in that scene, because you have these huge AT-ATs that are like top heavy and like over armored and move slow as shit, that these little ships can just go around and take down. And I mean, yeah, you could say, okay, well, that's a good metaphor sometimes for, like, US Empire, and sometimes they spend all of this money on this huge technology that can be taken out by, you know, cheap drones or something like that. True. But the point is that the rebels, right? And this actually somewhat does flow through in all 9 of the movies to some extent, right? Is that what they come out of is the old republic, right? And so there's like the rise of the empire as, a break with the kind of old liberal order to this fascist order. But the republic is still you know, a galactic empire, essentially. Like, it's a different way. It's like, you could say it's like Democrats and Republicans in a
I was
certain
gonna
extent,
say
right?
that.
Like,
I feel like
it's
a
yeah,
reform of Imperial, like a new Imperial reform or something.
yeah. It's more soft power. There's more, like, international relations between these different places. There's some form of representation within the old republic, and so on and so forth, right? But like, it is still, you have to be a part of this one global order either way, right? And when you have, it's why the rebellion is so well funded, is because it's still all of these old, you know, good, well funded, heavily paid people that are like Leia's father,
Like a
right?
princess.
Well, her father's Darth Vader, but her mother, right, is Organa, right, which is like one of the senators or whatever, right? And so, like, there's
Yeah, she was like Queen of Alderaan or something. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like, she was still raised royal. Her mother was royal from, like, her biological mother, I guess, was also royal, but she was raised, yeah.
Right. So, like, that's the thing, is that it's still like this very like bourgeois, I guess you could say, across the board, right? Of like, there's this set of the bourgeois that are like, no, everybody's got to wear stormtrooper suits, and if you get out of line, we'll choke you or we'll nuke your planet. And then there's like the Republic, and I think this is very Cold War, is like kind of where I'm going to it too, right? To Mtume's point early on, of the Empire is really the Soviet Union in people's minds in 77 and 80 and 83, right? Of like, okay, you have to be uniform. And this is, I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying this is the representation that the West created of anti-communism, true anti-communism, of like, this is the way that you have to be. And there's no freedoms, you know, they'll kill you if you get out of line, and this and that and the third, right? And then on the flip side, you have a kind of a democratic order of some kind that is still led by these, you know, dynastic families. Like you could get Bush Senior or W. Bush, like, you know, and so, you know, Luke Skywalker might be George W. Bush in this representation. I mean, so that's really like
chosen dynasties too, that the four, like, you know, because you do have that God chose them thing. Yeah, and I wanted to bring that up too, like that idea, because even just that Leia is a general, like she does show competence, like she's like written to show competence, but it is kind of like, well, what about all the other people that had more, like she was a diplomat. Like it's true that she did do things in the previous film, that she was a diplomat and she did put her life on the line for the rebellion, but like she's in these positions because of her inherited status and like all of that. But yeah, that's how I see it. It's like, it's a reform thing. And I was just thinking this because, you know, Mtume, you brought up the thing of like, you know, not showing where they're getting their resources from and all of that. But there's also that element that there's no acknowledgement of like people, like in the sense that, you know, like when you look at the Black Panther Party and they were doing food programs and like other, like there's the militant, but there's also like it's just like everything that George Jackson talks about, basically, that like how you need to sort of set this stuff up, and they're only doing the militant side, so there's really nothing different. And the Empire maybe has Vader and Palpatine, but they just want Luke to be their Palpatine or something, you know, or whatever. Like it's really, it is this kind of, I mean, that's why I just sort of see it as this very like white Western fantasy, in the way that like white people don't like what other white people are doing, so they want to change it, but there's no acknowledgement of like what else is going on in the world.
But to me, this has like always been the West's view of meritocracy, is like a certain natural thing that someone has. So Luke being stashed away in, was it Alderaan? Where was he from? I don't know where he was.
Tatooine.
Where was he? Tatooine. In Tatooine, his meritocratic abilities are stifled because of where he is, as being seen as like this like lonely person, so he's not able to arrive. But meritocracy in the West has to do with things that are supposed to be like innate and even divine, or historical, in terms of like your lineage, so forth and so on, right? Why we expect, LeBron James's son to be a great basketball player, and we actually root for it, right? We secretly really want him to be great because it like fulfills within our brain this idea of like of secession, that it goes forth. So Luke being the kind of chosen one who will, eventually unlock his father's destiny, right? In the sixth, whatever. I get confused with all that shit. In the sixth movie, it is this like meritocratic thing, because meritocracy is like divine. And this movie really like, and same thing with like Leia. Like, yeah, Leia was a diplomat, but she's a princess, and she's a princess because she's great, and she's great because she's a princess. It's like this weird circular thinking. Like, so of course she's just gonna land into being a general.
That's it. And it's like, that's the thing that I found really funny, is that I can understand why in A New Hope they called her princess, because I guess Alderaan was like, she was serving as a diplomatic role. But now that you're on this base as the rebel, like, why are they still calling her that? Like, why is she still, it just doesn't seem realistic.
There's some good stuff in the chat, but let's keep going. So I don't have anything to say about like there's the chase scene. So you have Hoth, right? They take down the AT-ATs. They get out of there before they're going to get blown up. You know, they have to split. Luke is going to Dagobah to look for, as somebody said in the quote, he's looking for another old white guy like Obi-Wan Kenobi. And so he's so shocked to find Yoda. So there's this whole scene, right, which, as people have talked about, it is all those kind of like, I guess we need to do a conversation, I think, just on Joseph Campbell, just so, because I've not actually studied that stuff. But you know, this hero's journey, personal reckoning, and you know, a lot of explaining of the Force to people, which is interesting, again, connecting in with kind of like indigenous, I would say, sort of spiritual systems of this idea of like, you know, everything being connected, and life force, and you know, the planets, and the, you know, what we would call, I guess, you know, non-human life and things like this, and all this kind of relationship.
Did he take that from Taoism, like from a chi concept or something? I think that's like,
I don't even know.
He took it from like several different sources. Some of it is like sci-fi sources. Some of it is like then him like quasi, you know, breaking off. And like, honestly, we didn't make like this kind of like Laurel Canyon joke, but it also is true. Like, you know, in the 70s out there were a lot of these like cults, if you want to go to the really one, but then there was all this like a kind of, it was like in fashion to kind of like, you know, go work in the studio for 5 hours and then go do some yoga and go do some tai chi, right, in like the hills. It was very much a thing of 70s Hollywood culture, right? There's that famous or infamous cafe that was on Sunset Boulevard, which was part of a group out there in LA. There's a documentary about it. I forget their name. I think Jay knows what I'm talking about. But like, so like him kind of using those things, Samantha, what I was going to say was like, it's like kind of like, sure, of course, right? He's just gonna like grab all these little stuff because that's what they were doing, you know, hanging out. And it was like, yeah, you know, let me throw it. You know, I read this.
That makes sense.
I read this Dow book. Yeah, you know, I was gonna throw it in my Star Wars movie. It's really cool, man. Right? You know. And I'll say one thing about Yoda. One of the other things about Yoda that kind of like always annoys me, and it came back to me, was Luke sees him as a low life form, right? So he like flips him off, right? And then he realized he's like the high-end Jedi. And it becomes this two functions also for us as the audience, is also this thing that like the old world has all this great, amazing stuff that will also only the heirs to that great stuff is the blonde dude, right? Is fucking Mark Hamill. It's like it's Van Damme in Bloodsport, right? That like, you know, it's like his Japanese teacher, right? Who's gonna be the heir to like the great Japanese martial arts? Jean-Claude Van Damme, and he's gonna beat all the Asian people and the rest of the world and be the best.
I was thinking of like I made a note here. I was like Last Samurai also, that it's like and that's what they did in Avatar too, just to show the tropiness of it, right? Because it was the white guy that skin suits as an indigenous person, but he is the chosen one or something from there. Like it's
Someone brought
Absolutely.
in Carlos. I'll say was a quick. Someone brought in the chat Carlos Castaneda. Yeah, definitely, he was big. They loved Castaneda, and you know.
Yeah, and Yoda's Space Miyagi. I mean, so to me that's the big reference point in the 80s too. Another series that I love that we will have to do and destroy because it's so bad, but I loved it as a kid. You know, or the Karate Kid movies, right? Which definitely do this as well. Yeah, so I mean, there's all of that. I don't think there's a whole lot. You know, you have the moment, of course, where Luke can't get his ship, or you know, he doesn't believe in himself enough, right, to be able to lift the ship out of the water, his X-wing, and so Yoda does it for him. And this kind of, you know, moment, of course, of this little, you know, 850, well, I guess 900-year-old. I don't even remember what his species is called, but you know, Yoda is able to lift this ship out of the water using the Force, right? So it shows the audience like the power of the Force in a way that you haven't seen before from, you know, the light side of the Force, as they call it, right? So there's that, and then of course there is the like, you know, stay and finish your training debate. There's all of the interesting debate that Yoda has with Obi-Wan, right? With his ghost, with his spirit, about, whether Luke is actually worthy, whether he's too old, all of these kind of discussions. Yeah.
I feel like it's that thing though where it's like we've already predetermined that Luke is the chosen one. So as the audience, like, we want him to be worthy, but he demonstrated like nothing. Like, if he was just a random rebel guy that Obi-Wan sent there and was like, learn the Force, we would be like, this guy's a jerk. Like he didn't show anything. And, and to what, like, this is what you guys were saying before too, like, he never ended up listening to Yoda. Like, even when he had the vision or whatever of like he didn't even know if they were like, this whole thing of, are they going to die? Like, where did that come from? Because it wasn't in his vision, and Yoda and Ben made it clear that nobody saw that. Nobody saw that they were definitely going to die. And he still knows better to forsake this training because he's so special that he alone can help Han and Leia get out of a bad situation. Like, they can't, do it themselves and stuff, and like, which they ended up doing themselves anyway. And so like the whole, like, and so he never treated Yoda with any respect or showed any kind of wisdom, and yet they keep training him like as if he made progress, or something. It's just very...
I'll say a quick thing. This is why I never bought his qualitative leap as a Jedi from 2 to 3. Even as a kid, I never bought it. It was always a really big gap. Where does this assume? Because like the way it reads, like visually and like narratively, is that the revelation is really what gets him to go. The revelation that Anakin is that Darth is Anakin, and that's his father, right? And that it kind of puts him in, like, because he goes from like literally the most annoying protege ever to like the Jedi ultimate badass.
Well, it showed like from a narrative, like from a I hate using the word, like, I don't even know what word to use, because like I've just become so aware that we co-opt story for propaganda, so I wouldn't call like the story abilities that I've learned like genuine storytelling, but from the way I was taught, the way that we would use these tools too, is that we like, the change in the character is central to, just the audience engagement and all of that stuff. So if Luke needs to be wise at the beginning, he has to be a brat. At the end, he has to be a brat, at the beginning. Yeah. And he definitely does the brat thing well. But you're right, because they just get us to accept it. They just say sometime past he went back to Yoda, sometime past, and now he's wise. Like, it's sorry, like, yeah,
his attitude. He got his hand chopped off, and his attitude changed.
That'll do it. So let's move to, unless anybody has anything else, and we can always jump back too, but I think we can go to Cloud City, right, and bring in Lando. And actually, to the credit, and this is probably unintentional, I probably am giving too much credit, but I will say I think that Lando's character and Cloud City are actually a good representation of how Empire actually works, how imperialism works, right? Which is to say that, okay, he won this, mining colony in a gambling, in a poker game or whatever. And yeah, I mean, it's a mining colony. We're not supposed to believe that this is some kind of real utopia, although in they sort of present it that way, right? Like, it is this beautiful place. It's called Cloud City.
I forgot about him winning it in a poker game. It's just this super like elitist ruling class like way of like, sorry,
yeah, no, totally. Aristocrat would, yeah, exactly. Like, we're betting on, what colonies we can have. But and he lost the Millennium Falcon, right, in a bet also, which is the whole subject of the movie Solo. But the thing that I think is actually illustrative within all of this about Empire is that ultimately he has no choice, right, but to work with Vader, right? And so it's like, it can be presented as, oh, he's conniving, he's double dealing, I don't trust him, this and that. But when you think about it, and he sort of says this, vocalizes at a certain point, like, what is he supposed to do when Darth Vader shows up with the Imperial fleet? When they have no national defenses, right? There's nothing that they can do. And we've already seen the power of, these dreadnoughts and Star Destroyers. I mean, obviously, the Death Star, which is their nuclear option, has been defeated in the first one. But nonetheless, like, it's still by far this just massive, overwhelming fleet. And so there's really nothing that he can do. And even in the points when he's trying to kind of negotiate with Darth Vader around, okay, I said you could take Han, like, or this or that, but like, I didn't say you could do this. And he's like, look, I'm altering our deal. Like, pray I don't alter it any further. Or, do you want to get force choked, buddy? Like, is basically, what he's saying. And I think that that actually is quite representational of, or representative of the situation that happens within, the so-called third world or so-called post-colonial states, right? Is that you're really not outside of colonialism or imperialism, right? And that unless you have the capacity to actually respond militarily or defend yourself materially or inflict heavy losses upon your enemy, then you don't have any way to negotiate with them. And ultimately, it is like, okay, it is what Ghassan Kanafani says. It's the negotiation between the sword and the neck, right, basically. And so, yeah, I just wanted to put that in there because I do think that there's a lot of readings of Lando that can be, and there's plenty to critique in his character for sure. But the reality is, like, there's nothing else he can do, right? What are you going to just say, okay, like, kill me and kill all of the people and take my, my space colony or whatever, or say, yeah, I'll give you what you want because I don't have any alternative here. So.
Yeah, I found it interesting that they're a mining colony, right? I found that very interesting. Like, I've always like would hear. It's not like it's the first time I heard the phrase. It's the first time I thought about it, and that he's the administrator, right? So this idea of a kind of galactic bureaucracy. So he's not a high level, like he's not the high level capitalist or high level imperial person. He administers this colony. So basically, he's at the thumb, right, of everyone else, which I think it is informative that the first black character that they would have in Star Wars would be this. He'd be a manager essentially of a mining colony. Space John O'Brien. Exactly. Like he would be this manager, and that's the thing when you watch Lando. Even growing up, I remember this like very specifically because no, I definitely felt that. I'd be like, my argument, well, he had no like real choice. Like, you can't get mad at the dude. He got a whole place to save, and he says it too. But there is this thing. It's like when they make the black character, they have to put him in this Pyrrhic situation.
That's the
like,
point. So it's like that's the casting, right? Like, because, like, he could like the like just from an actor's like, I don't know, from an outside thing, I think he could have also been a good Han Solo, or something, right? So like, it's just that those casting choices are very specific. Like, even so, it's like it's not like about blaming the character. It's that why was he cast to this character?
I'm like cracking up, and I was like watching it going, of course, they're just going to put him in the no-win situation. And then, because then what the other things that they do with Lando, I mean, also there is this smooth operator thing because he's always doing the forward advancement towards Leia. Leia never says no, but it doesn't matter because he's always like, he's so in it has a qualitative difference than Han's, because they've already begun to set up that Han's imposition is like liked in that very toxic, you really got to break her down, bro, type of attitude, right? When it comes to like women. While like Lando was like, she don't really want you, bro. But you know, this is what those cloud, those black clouded ministers do.
And that's the weird way that they played with the romance aspect of all of it, because it did set up those kind of power dynamics, you know, and like, and sorry, and this is sort of making me think about like when I did the thing on Andor, because, you know, there's that Scottish guy that was in the prison, and he was there to enforce like Andor's exceptionalism and his Andor's like into like that Andor, like, because he just basically, he was the one that was there the longest, and he understood the system. So everything that was Andor's intuition, he affirmed that Andor's intuition was actually right, you know? And then, but he also played a power dynamic in the sense that Andy Serkis could physically hit him when he'd get angry at Andor. He'd physically beat on this character, but not touch Andor. So Andor is still untouchable, but Andy Serkis sort of keeps a bit. So they sort of play with these kind of weird, and that's what I felt that there was a similar kind of, sorry, I don't know if I'm making sense, but using those strategies, they were doing something weird like that with Han and Leia and Lando and like all of that to create this kind of masculinity, like, or some like that, like, yeah, just to sort of reinforce that idea.
And then if you think about the kind of also then like the long trajectory of Lando, because then what does he do? He basically, after Han is taken, especially once Vader tells him that Leia and Chewie have to go with him with Vader, when he I guess double betrays him, right? He like Vader does like two, he has two renegotiations of the deal, right? After that, Lando has to then go into redemption mode. So this is like where you set the narrative based on your own rules. So you get basically being like the long redeemer. So like I remember implanted in my brain when he's in Return of the Jedi now working with the rebels, right? It's also like him redeeming himself for him being a bit shifty, right? A little bit like, yeah, like, you know, I didn't have anything to do, but Han's my man, you know what I'm saying? And like, I really should be with the rebels, because there's also that sense that the fact that he is in Cloud City and you're not part of the rebels, that he's somewhat, it's like Switzerland, right? It's the myth of, and I'll put that in quotations, because if you look at material history, Switzerland is very much involved with imperialist war, but like the kind of myth of Switzerland of like the middle actor, right? They don't actually really get involved.
And sorry, likening it to Switzerland, though, it's exactly what you were saying, you know, in terms of like not showing where these resources are coming from. Like they're showing this, because I hear that from people when they're like, oh, like, you know, like liberal people that go to Switzerland and they're like, it's amazing. They're able to sustain this whole country and they just sell chocolate and they're self-sufficient. You know, like I've heard like people say that, like, yeah, like Switzerland is like, it's, and I feel like, sorry, just because of what you said, like, it's just making me think of that too, with the whole, because Lando is also like, when what we see of Cloud City is very utopian. And it also reminds me of a lot of like manga that I had read before that would like have these cities in the sky and then the people below, and we don't really know what's under the clouds. Like,
yeah, where's the mine? Where's the mine?
What I read is, they later wrote that they're basically mining the clouds, which is just like, it's this like the imaginary of capital is so fucking weird.
That sounds like Elon Musk.
Me as a child, I didn't question that though, right? Like when I was younger, watching these films, I was like, oh yeah, that's the mining city. Like that's just what it is that.
If capitalists could figure out a way to mine clouds, they would be so fucking happy. They'd be like, yes, another market.
Absolutely. They'll do, yeah. Well, it's the whole mining asteroids thing
they
too,
probably
right?
will.
Like,
they need water. Yeah. They need water for data centers. I feel like the cloud mining is happening.
Yeah, yeah. And it's very Elon Musk-esque, right? Like, you know, your family owns South African diamond mines or whatever, but like you want to live in some utopian space and you get mad at the Black South Africans for wanting some land in their own fucking country, right? Like, yeah. All right. So in this sequence of events, for folks, I mean, I don't know why I'm summarizing. People have seen this movie, I'm sure. Although there's a couple of people in the chat who are like, I've saw this once 10 years ago, and I have no idea what you guys are talking about. So I will just say quickly, yeah, they go to Cloud City. Han, Leia, 3PO, Chewbacca go there first, right? And yeah, Luke goes afterwards because he senses that they're in trouble. Vader does the like sealing of Han into carbonite, right? Which I think also is like this very, there's the question of like, oh, he'll be perfectly preserved if he survived, right? And then Lando has to check his vitals to see like if he's still alive in the hibernation.
Also because they don't want to, even Vader doesn't want to risk killing Luke, the chosen one, or whatever.
Right.
Too.
Right. Yeah, and so they're setting up. So by this movie, they definitely know there's more movies coming, right? Because they're setting up, we're sending Han to Jabba the Hutt through Boba Fett, right? So you get the introduction of Boba Fett as well as these other bounty hunters that are introduced in this scene. And so yeah, he's sealed in the carbonite so that they can transfer him there safely or whatever. And I guess so 3PO discovers them first, right? The Empire's there, and that's how he gets all dismantled. And then you have Chewbacca carrying him around in like a backpack, basically, for with his head on backwards and all of this stuff. One of the better like kind of comic relief elements of the three films, I would say. But Luke eventually shows up, right? Because they eventually discover Vader is there through 3PO, but it's too late basically, and they're all kind of captured. And so Luke shows up, and you get Leia saying it's a trap, right? Don't come, and he has to do it anyway. And so this all sets up the fight between Darth Vader and Luke, which is the first one because in the first one it's Obi-Wan and Vader that fight. Yeah.
And that fight, like, sorry, I did a lot of fight choreography stuff like in my work, like, but that whole fight, if you watch it, it's basically like the reverse of what's going to be in Return of the Jedi. Like Luke falls down the stairs, Vader falls down the stairs in that one. So it's like, again, going back to the Joseph Campbell thing, it's sort of like Luke's journey will come really full circle, confronting the father. So the choreo, but that's what I wanted to say about Vader before, though, just touching on the fight, because like choreography is just another way, to create like audience empathy and humanizing and movement. And we see that with like the Wampa and even Chewie, that there's like an inarticulate kind of way that they sort of move. And Luke is like super agile, and he's super like, so all of these things also create these associations with the character, that they're somehow superior, that they're intellectually superior, that they have, and that's the funny thing with Darth Vader, in that, because he's just this lumbering mass, and he doesn't have the elegance of like actual, like the kendo style of fighting that Luke was trained in. So sorry, that's what I want to say before, but maybe it's more fitting to have said it now. But to your point, like when you were saying that, it bothers me too. And it's a dehumanizing tactic that's used on characters.
So one of the things, and I always think about this, to your point, Samantha, because I said, I know that's another actor in the Vader costume, but it is James Earl Jones's voice. So this unrefined kind of movement I associate with James Earl Jones, because this is what the voice. You're also what James Earl Jones was within society. Me as a Black person as well. He's like, you can't indistinguish, and this guy's in a mask. And then the other thing that kind of flips it for me is in Return of the Jedi, when he's revealed, it's not James Earl Jones's voice. So this idea that the kind of degenerated, deformed being is James Earl Jones, right? That's kind of how it's always worked on me, right? Like when he becomes, because then they try to save it a little. They try to save it a little bit in the prequels, saying that basically when Anakin got all chopped up by Obi-Wan when he flipped over him, he basically lost like 30%. Like he lost like a significant amount of his ability, right? So that's kind of becomes like the explanation that he's like he is a lower level, but still. Is still, so when you go to a lower level, you become James Earl Jones. Like it's just very fucking psychologically weird, right?
It's weird.
And it goes to the large thing that you've just been talking about. I mean, it might not be
but Luke
purposeful.
elevated. Like Luke got
Right.
a hand with full articulation. And
Good point.
elevated, and somehow, but they did show, like, sorry, just because as someone that used to be a big fan of Star Wars, they have shown Vader, like in, like, I think in the animated ones, like in Rebels or something, they show Vader actually being like quite a fierce, like, fighter, like very choreographed. They make him a bit, and I think, didn't they do that in Rogue One a bit too?
I think they do have like a more extended like fight thing for him.
Yeah, and like I
kind of remember that.
I was really excited for that, and it was sort of like, seeing Vader at his, like, getting a chance. But that's something that always, because like having like worked on Rogue One and sort of making Vader like a force, like actually like showing that he was scary instead of just like lumbering around and like strangling people. That's something, like, because there's no reason they couldn't have done that in the other ones. And there are in those, in 4, 5, and 6, like all of that stuff, like making Luke agile, like these are all choreography decisions that had been weighed out. So there's no reason, like they obviously weighed out how they wanted to portray him at, like, I wasn't there, but like,
I think it's also
odd that they didn't get a person in the suit, because it could be, you could change actors. You could have a guy that does the Vader walk, and you could have a guy that does the Vader fight. And
well, this is where I think what Jay and kind of said about the communism thing. I think that's where I think the Stalin thing has legs, right? Stalin's the kind of Stalin image that he was this lumbering dude that he could see everything and like the innate brute force, right? So when someone in the party would basically, not do it, Stalin would just have him executed, right? So that becomes the kind of Vader thought that like he's this large lumbering thing and his power is so great, because then like, and in my imaginary, well, or does he actually even do this? Like, I always can imagine that if Vader really wanted to, he could probably move a fucking planet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like he has that.
You're right, though. There's something imposing about it, I guess, that like if he was doing all these martial arts, he'd suddenly become a bit more of a person, as opposed to like this massive force of scariness or something like that. Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I think it's so in the fight, there is this whole thing of like, even when Luke is doing well, like how does he overwhelm him? It becomes this, it's presented in quite a kind of sinister way of like, well, he can just rip apart pieces of Cloud City and send them flying at Luke. And Luke's like, can't just, defend himself against this, right? But I think that we should dig in a little bit on the fear and hate discussion with the dark side of the Force, right? Because there's really no, and somebody posted this in the comment that, let me see if I can pull it up. It was something along the lines of like Star Wars. The Star Wars franchise is so we need to study revolutionary theory, right? Like any politics, any political ideology, any revolutionary theory is really evacuated from the series in totality. There's never like really discussions of even like we want to make a better world, really. Like, I mean, it's the thing that you're resisting is so clearly evil and driven by evil, and that the pathways to that evil are like this fear and hate, right? That we have to resist it, right? And you hear this. I mean, it connects to even like really stupid counterinsurgent organizations like the ADL, but like, all this whole apparatus, like Dylan Rodriguez's work has talked about this a lot, of the kind of, anti-racist nonprofit big foundations and so on, right? Stop Asian Hate being within this realm and stuff like this too, right? Of just diminishing things like certain acts of violence, right, to just a form of hate, right? Or, if people, killed Charlie Kirk, right, it's because they have like hatred in their hearts or something like that. And somehow Charlie Kirk doesn't, right? And so there's like, it leads to these very vapid discussions, right? Taking away any discussion of racism as like a structure of power, right? Or how people impose their dominance, and a kind of political project, and also a way of breaking societies into these different sects that you can then manage and pit against each other and so on, right? So it moves out of all of that and just says like to hate, that there's something along the line of hatred and even fear, which fear is more interesting to me in some ways than hate is, because I don't think hate really means anything that, that useful, other than to say that it is correct to hate certain things. Like I think that, this is something like even with China Mieville's work around the Communist Manifesto, like talking about that, hate might be something that's like a limited resource. Like you can't go around the world just being like angry all the time, because it's psychologically taxing, right? It's stressful and anxiety inducing just to be, it takes a lot of energy to be hateful. Right, but there are certain things that you should hate, right? We should hate like really evil oppression in the world. Like, and be opposed to it, and not think that like the way to overcome this is to find some like zen within ourselves, basically, where we can overcome, the evil. And I think that there is that element within all of this very, again, individualistic, because it focuses so much on Luke as this messiah figure or whatever, of the way that he has to resist all of this is to find this like inner peace, right, in the face of this hate. And if somehow he hates Vader, this is always the thing of like, strike me down. Like both the Emperor and him and Vader are always, especially when you get to the third one, right? They're wanting, but it even comes up in this one. They're wanting him to give into that hate, because their belief is once he gives into that hate, that then he just transitions to the dark side, right? That somehow just letting the idea of hatred into his mind will transition him over into the dark side. He has to keep that out. And I mean, there's no politics, there's no ideology, there's no theory here. It's just these like raw, liberal ideas about emotion, basically.
So we didn't actually did we bring up the Emperor Vader scene?
No,
We
no,
So
should.
yeah.
so that I think is also informative, because Vader is the one who implants, if I remember this correctly, in the Emperor that he can become an ally, right? That Luke, right? That we can turn him. And if you think about where that scene sits with him inside Dagobah, and you have the sequence where there's the because Yoda's constantly trying to
The cave sequence.
the very famous cave sequence,
Mhm,
right? Which I think has played a lot of I remember as a kid
mhm.
that scene playing a lot of mileage on my imaginary. I think probably that and when the hand gets cut off.
Yeah,
The
because they
father
really
reveal.
are the like the you could be this, like yeah, yeah,
Right, exactly.
yeah.
You could be this, because what happens when he slays Vader, right? He sees himself, right? And Yoda's constantly warning him about emotions and like not giving over to that, and this kind of idea of like a center. And look, this is it's funny and not funny. I mean, I look at this is right above Jay's head. This is what they always said about Malcolm. liberals would always look to discredit Malcolm based on the fact that they said, well, he might be right, but I feel like he has a lot of hate. Right. The same thing with the Panthers. Oh, I mean, yes, black people are getting killed by cops, and yeah, things are bad, but like the hate, can they tone it down a little bit? Right. And there's always this fear that if you or this liberal kind of fear that's invoked, that if you give into a Malcolm or you give into a Panther, that Panthers or other groups, Young Lord, so forth and so on, that you're gonna basically get like this like uncontrollable hate, just it's gonna take over the country, right? And I remember in the 80s when I was a kid, especially, or even in the 90s when Malcolm got popular again in terms of like the movie, this would be the thing. I think I remember wanting to bring in Malcolm X in one of my classes, and one of my liberal teachers was like, well, you know, they went with the false image of Dr. King instead, right? Because of this like this hate thing, right? This idea that there's hate that's in it. And I'll say this last point, the thing about the emperor, and I'd be curious because like maybe, is there ever a moment that is really clearly defined what the empire actually wants other than destroying the rebels? Like, do we ever get like the empire wants to like, you know, mine the rest of the planets and like drain their resources?
I feel like it's very much like how, at least in Canada, people see like the Russian threat to this day. It's just like this like thing that like to this day that people are like, Putin just wants to take over the world and that Russia just wants to take over the world for no reason. And it's like, well, I don't know if they have the resources, like even if they were expansive, like how they already have to manage a lot of territory. Like there's some logistics, you know, that are not factored in. Like, but it is that, yeah, you're right. And it's just like normalizing that kind of way of perceiving things or something. It's crazy.
I just want to say quickly, because you brought up Malcolm and I hadn't thought about that, but you know, you're totally right, Ntume. And the famous, I mean, his first television appearance is a documentary produced by Louis Lomax and Mike Wallace from CBS fame. It's called The Hate That Hate Produced, right? And so literally this is how he is brought in 1959 to the American living room and imaginary, is through this idea of like, you know, well, gee, he's a compelling speaker in certain ways, but you know, there's a lot of hate going on over here, you know, and the idea is sort of like that, like there is some recognition when they say the hate that hate produced, that well, white supremacy in certain ways have produced this response of black nationalism that is based on hatred of white people. So they do recognize somewhat that there's some responsibility that should be borne by the KKK and things like this, but this is not the way that you respond to it, right?
But I'm imagining also that it's a title that's associated with Malcolm X. It's not a title that's associated with like images of the KKK or something. So just even having those words, those headlines or whatever is like, and that's the same thing with like the perception of terrorists and stuff too, right? It's like they just hate us, and that's why they're just doing like they dedicate their lives to harming us because they hate us or something.
Yeah, 100%. And it's it's all about Malcolm, really. It's not, and the Nation of Islam. It's not like a thing that's really interrogating white supremacy or anything like that, for sure.
I mean, and think about Lucas's and then we can throw Spielberg into this. Their kind of long thing with the Nazis. I mean, outside of probably Schindler's List, but I think the way you could put how Spielberg does Schindler's List into this is that the Nazi project is just one of like human destruction of peoples. Like there's nothing material, right? This is why like I think so many people really struggle with like the idea of fascism and capitalism just needing to kind of be within each other. Like it's a part, they are literally intertwined, right? And you'll hear weird things like, I heard someone say fascist communism the other day, and I was like, oh my God, you're just weird. You don't really know anything, right? But this is the thing, like they movies like this, and this becomes like one of my biggest issues. It's like the empire doesn't want anything except hate, right? And I'm like, could you at least write that the Empire's real goal is to basically drain all the water from the planets in the universe? Like, give me something, right? Give me something material rather than just like hate, right? The Emperor, you see the Emperor, and he's just hate, right? You know, and it's just like really corny.
So I pulled up the Wikipedia page for the Hate That Hate produced, and I just wanted to point out the very first paragraph that's read, narrated by Mike Wallace here. And so it's white city officials, state agencies, white liberals, and sober-minded, I'm not going to read this word out loud, but, you know, black people in the parlance of the 1950s stand idly by a group of black people, dissenters, is taking to street corners, step ladders, church pulpits, sports arenas, and ballroom platforms across the United States to preach a gospel of hate that would set off a federal investigation if it were preached by Southern whites, right? So like that's how
I also love the sober-minded with the implication that like there's only a few that are not naturally like following their natural way of behavior, but there's like this small group that are sober-minded. Like that's such a horrible like whole pair, so much wrong.
It's wild. It's worth, you can find the documentary online, and it's worth watching just as a historical artifact and to see the propaganda of that era. But yeah.
I can't remember if it was BBC or not, but I remember seeing like a white, you know, presenter just giving a little like, you know, notice of warning before an interview. It was with James Baldwin and I forget who else, but I just remember that this little warning was like, this might have some heated or hateful language in it. And, you know, it's not representative of our channel. There was nothing heated in the interview. There was no emotion. It was just a conversation. Like there was no, you know, like nothing. And just that, like to start, you know, to just get people in the audience to just start right off the bat with this assumption that there's something hateful in the conversation. Like I remember that too, because they would do that a lot on the programming and stuff.
Yeah, and this is an interesting point too, sober-minded, because also the Nation of Islam forbid people to drink alcohol or do drugs too, right? So it's like actually, you know, if we're talking about sobriety in some kind of literal sense, then that wouldn't even make any sense at all, right? So it's sober-minded, right? Not poisoned by the drug of hate, right? Like Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine, right? And I think that, you know, it's I don't know. I mean, it's a very nefarious thing when you try to kind of work it out ideologically too, because when you think about the empire being driven by nothing except for hate, and that hate can produce all of this power and this strength and so on, right? But you know, then you get this kind of love will overcome, you know, crap. And so I think there's a whole lot in these movies, and I think this was the point that you know, the commenter was making about the revolutionary theory, is that even if these films and even if the Star Wars franchise becomes our vision of resistance, right, or rebellion against, you know, tyranny, fascism, totalitarianism, whatever people want to put on it in their minds, it's still like, well, we need a Messiah. Like, we got to have a Luke for one thing. And there's, you know, we don't know how they figured out where they get all these resources from, how they figured out to do it. So there's no ingenuity in it. That, like, if this is your vision of what the North Vietnamese did to defend Vietnam from U.S. empire, even, like, it would not provide you any kind of, you know, roadmap or anything. It is, as you both were saying in the beginning, so heavily driven by aesthetics. And James Earl Jones too, like, I mean, he is so good as the voice of Vader. Like that scene when, you know, Luke comes in and the lightsaber comes on and he's like, you know, the Force is with you, young Skywalker, but you are not a Jedi yet. I mean, like, there's like, I just sat even yesterday.
Impressive is
yeah.
always my favorite. Impressive.
I like go
Yeah,
back
that's a
and
good one.
repeat it over and over. I'm like, look, Davis, like, you know, like, show like, I mean, it's like, yeah, it's aesthetically,
But
it's so good, but
it is
it's so empty.
aesthetically captive. Like, I think that's the danger, you know, and that's like whether Star Wars set that precedent or not, that's sort of what the entire blockbuster industry has sort of continued to build on. Like those films made more sense than most of the films that are coming out now in the blockbuster spectacle, you know, realm. Like as much as we're deconstructing, there are way bigger gaps in logic in some of these newer films, but the spectacle, like this sort of like building on that level of like aesthetic captivating people enough to just sort of drive an audience emotionally and connect a few dots to make it seem like a cohesive experience or something seems to be adequate. Like, I don't know, like it carries through unless people do critically think about these things or have the lived experience that contradicts these kind of stories. And that's the thing, and they're constantly reinforced. So like, as much as, you know, all of these problems are there, and I think that's why it was really good to bring up Campbell, because that's basically like every film will reinforce this. So you like Star Wars wouldn't be as effective alone, because every other movie that you're going to watch in the theater for the next 2 decades, 3 decades, it's going to reinforce the same kind of messaging and stuff too.
Yeah, I mean, and 'cause that's a requirement of Campbell. You can't really have a material read on why things are built or developed. And if you have assistants, they're literally are that. They're assistants, right? They're activated because the hero um is so meaningful or so incredible that they actually have the ability to maximize what. Yeah, 'cause I mean, think about like Luke and Han, right? If Luke wasn't there, Han would still be out in the galaxy streets, you know,
Yeah.
doing whack shit, right? You know what I'm saying, right? You know,
Yeah,
like,
it's true. So like Luke helped all these characters, like, yeah.
right, become who they really are. Even Lando in the end, right? Like
It's all through Luke. Yeah.
it all goes through Luke, and then literally also, I mean, because like if you think about, I remember my friend always pointed. They said the thing that always annoyed him about Star Wars is like when he found out that like it's like Anakin is like the prophecy. So basically, Anakin, because he does throw the Emperor at the, you know,
Yeah.
he is the one technically who kills the Emperor. So basically, but it's Luke who's the reason.
Well, but that's the thing, and that's what was so fascinating about it, because Star Wars is the story of Anakin, but Luke, like, you know, Luke is the sort of this messiah that makes that happen. And yeah, it's, I mean, and it's very much like, I find like it's the same thing that we see with Superman, though. It's like Superman embodies it a bit more because he's literally a physical being that could maybe not eat and not, like, you know, he doesn't need like any extra stuff. So but like all of these hyper individual journeys, like they concentrate that idea so much that changing the world just rests upon this individual journey. Like whether or not Luke finds his path and like becomes like who he feels he was meant to be is the determinant of whether or not there's justice in the world and the galaxy. And like all, like it's all just, that's all that matters. And it's so, everything is so directed towards that when you're going through the experience of watching these films, that's the explanation for everything. Like you don't ask the questions about the other thing. Like the average person doesn't ask the questions about those other things, because the only thing that matters is that character's journey, like above all else.
Yeah, and like this is where, like, you know, you kind of get into the context of the 80s, because like if this film is like 80 and you're like developing like the pretty much the rest of the next decade, right? And like I think about from the American context, like when we think about the 80s, like there were so many figures who were supposed to be the kind of avatars of like social progress, because you know you're in this kind of Cold War war against collectivism, right? But they saw collectivism as evil because it kills your individuality. So you kind of get that kind of referencing him with like the Empire, all the gray, but Vader's black, or like the white stormtroopers with like without any
but
real,
it's fascinating because like
color.
Vader and Palpatine are like hyper individualized characters, and then there's
100%
mob of collective, like it's just such a weird, yeah.
Well, the
like,
collective is basically their hand,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they're like, yeah, because
Right.
they're like the dictators, I guess, or whatever. But
yeah, but then you get to like the US, and like I think about people from like growing up, like Michael Jackson, right? Michael Jordan, Madonna. You get these hyper individuals of who were going to be the symbols of why America was the place of promise, because we are able to do, create our own Luke Skywalkers, right? Because look, Jordan is a Luke Skywalker, right? And so forth and so
yeah,
on.
I guess,
You have that. You have this emotional kind of thought towards that, and then you buy into it. I mean, I have to say,
like outside of America, that is what we know of America, is like that there's the American dream that anybody can like.
Yeah.
But it really is more that like if you weren't part of the royal family in the UK, then the Mayflower or whatever that boat was, like those people, those are the anybody's can make it. Like it's just like the royal family's out of the way now or something.
Yeah. I'm laughing because also it's kind of like one day you may turn a corner and you'll see an old monk and he'll tell you your life really isn't your life. Actually, you're really a Jedi, right? Like this kind of like fantasia of American, and you see, and like, there's so many movies like that, right? Where like the person finds out that's not who you really are.
Yeah, like the normal person. And that's where I just find like it is about hyper individualism, but it is like a collectively individual, like it's a collectively individualistic society that is being shaped in order to service like neoliberal ideas and all this stuff. But like it's gotten, I mean, I find like it's gotten to the point of insanity, but it's like this hyper individuality, but that everybody can be that. Like it's just very contradictory.
Yeah, well, that's that whole thing too that people talked about of like, I can't remember who had the quote, that like every American is a temporarily embarrassed billionaire or something like that, right? Like, it's just like we're waiting, like, and I think that it very much fits in with it. And I can put myself back into childhood here, right? And think about movies like this and how it would connect even for me as like a little kid to like watching Peter Pan, right? It's like, maybe I'll find out I can fucking fly, right? Like maybe I will have the force. And, and so you want that lightsaber, you want everything because, it's like, it's the same. It's like the kid that still believes in Santa Claus. Like it connects in with that childhood thing of like, there's still magic in the world. Right. And that is, I mean, like that's Disney's secret sauce, right, Samantha? Like historically is like this idea of, we can create these moments that feel like magic to you or to make you believe that there's magic in the world. And yet like this is all just a gloss, right, for US empire really, but ideologically that is like quite important of, well, you're not the chosen one yet, but maybe you could be, like they're like the fact that Luke might be too old for the training, I think is actually important, right? Because it's sort of this like, okay, well, they have to decide. Well, let's give them a chance, and so there is this moment where you're like, oh shit. I mean, of course, but you still are drawn into this idea of maybe Yoda's gonna like say, no, like you're not worth it, kid. Like you were mean to me. You treated me like, I was just dirt, right?
You've been indoctrinated for too long. Also, you've got too much to unlearn.
Yeah. But there's still hope for you, right? Like even those of you who might be a little bit too old, right? There's still hope. And I think that is like it's another really dangerous idea that does connect with that idea that people have, which you see so much of like, okay, I can be an entrepreneur. I just got to figure this thing out and I will make my millions and I will be successful, right? It's just some combination. If I read enough books by successful people and think like they do, then I can do it too, right? And this becomes like really it's so detrimental, right? Because what all of that world will push you towards is like don't organize, don't study how to change things, like don't join any collectivities, like don't make connections with people that become mutually support. Like no, it's all about like if you're networking for your own interests ultimately,
Well,
right?
sorry, and I'm just thinking this now, like, which I never thought this thought before, but listening to hear you say it, it's like just even Luke's obsession, like the success idea, like why did he even have to be a Jedi? Like what purpose did it serve in the whole world that he existed in? There were no other Jedi. Like what? Like and like I sorry, I was just thinking that now, and I was like, I never asked that question watching those films. That he's obsessed with that success idea of like who he could be. It doesn't serve any purpose. I mean, yeah, it serves the purpose that he was ready for the sword fight with Darth Vader at the end or something, but like his Jedi training, the way that they present it, like he wasn't learning to help people understand, like he wasn't having these kind of conversations. He was just about self-perfection and individual improvement or something.
I mean, that becomes like kind of one of like the recurring like Jedi themes. I did play one Star Wars video game once, for a little bit back in I think like Knights of the Old Republic. I think I played back in like the aughts, and I remember one of the like the storylines was about like learning like the kind of like monkishness of like being a Jedi, right? The idea of like not intervening in the right way in particular ways, right? How do you, but it wasn't like the teach them a particular way. It was like finding the right moment and whatever. It was very, I'm sure there's a better way to explain it. It's been a long time. But one of the things that I realized looking at it and thinking about it now, it is about order, right? And it literally basically is like the inter-imperialist argument. Because I'm looking back at Vader's lines that he says, like, "No, I am your." When he reveals the that he's your father, he says, "No, I am your father. Join me and I will complete your training. With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy." Right. So that is then their attempt, right? It's basically it's like it's kind of it's an imperialist actually admission that this is actually a really two imperial powers having the argument on should we take over society, the republic way or the empire way, right? So it's basically like it's Lenin, pretty much like not saying it's Leninist.
It's basically like Luke should become the all-powerful force in the galaxy, but it's like Superman, but he'll only use it for good because he's got American ideals and like American values and he's a good guy, but we just need to know that he has the power to maintain like the system that we want. And yeah, it's very disturbing.
Another thing too, I guess, I'll save it for later. I'll just mention it. There is the whole in the 80s, you get Reagan with Star Wars too, right? And the this idea of being able to stop intercontinental ballistic missiles, right, with like satellites or whatever, but yeah, so it's just everywhere in the ether of the 80s. So like scenes that are left, you get the fight, right, which we've sort of talked about. You get the I am your father scene, which is still, I think, the worst scene maybe in all of the like even including some of the bad prequel scenes, like it might be the worst scene.
Which is funny too. Much hate.
Oh, it's fucking awful. Like, I am your father. No, like it's just like what is happening? I encourage anybody to just watch that scene and try to say that like something good is happening here. But it is that you know, when the first time you see it, right, it is like a big reveal, right? So I think that's more what drives it, is that, you know, when you first watch it, we all know all these years later that Darth Vader is Luke's father, right? And that, you know, and if you grew up later, there was probably no moment in which you didn't know that, because, you know, the prequels are all about Anakin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? But when we were watching it for the first time in the 80s, you know, I remember that moment of being like, oh shit, you know, like it's his father, you know, and that was a big reveal, you know, and it was a big twist, I guess you could say, in that moment, even as much as it kind of is, you know, set up or whatever throughout it. Like, so maybe in that, to give Mark Hamill a little bit of credit, maybe his response reflects our collective shock in a certain way the first time that you saw that scene. But I do think it's just an awful scene anyway.
But I think like all of the ideological critique aside, I do kind of feel like if all this was a real story, or if this was all like, as an acting choice, I do find it a little bit weird, because we're already at like, Luke's been through like all this training at this point. Like, you'd think that he had some sense of reflection or development. Like the Luke screaming that way was like the Luke from episode 4 that still wanted to play with his friend instead of getting power converters for the farm or whatever it was that he was whining about. Like, it felt, it just felt like it was still that and I know that maybe that's part of it, but it did feel a little bit too much maybe, or something in that scene. It was pretty bad. It's pretty just like it kind of breaks the believability of it. Like, if I was still being like on the side of Hollywood or something, like trying to improve the film, I'd be like, this breaks audience believability. Like, we should make an adjustment here or something.
Yeah, it's just not a believable response. Like, I never believed Mark Hamill in that scene. Like, that, you know, this is how you would respond to the revelation that Darth Vader is your father. Like, it would be, I don't know.
Yeah,
It would be
I
something
think
crazy, but it wouldn't be that, I don't think.
this is where I'll give it to, probably is the blame we put heavily on Lucas and them, because the whole part of this is supposed to be the lowest moment. So this is where I agree with Samantha totally. I mean, agree with you on everything, but on in terms of singing about it being the same, you got to see it as one movie in 3 different chapters, right? This is supposed to be the low moment. So they had to create the lowest moment, and his lowest moment will be revealing that not only that Anakin is Vader is your dad, but that everyone lied to you. So he's had like 2 lies, right? He was stashed off, and then even this kind of new thing,
like Ben and Yoda betrayed
Obi-Wan,
him.
yeah.
So Yoda and Obi-Wan also have like a betrayal, and I think the first thing he says to Obi-Wan, I think literally in Return of the Jedi, something like, "Why didn't you tell me?" Right?
Yeah.
It's like literally the first thing he does. But then, of course, by the time he's wiser and he's able to kind of deal with the information, right? But it's like it's them. But I say ultimately the reason why that big annoying ass scream happens is because they want to over dramatize this, like,
I know. And didn't they do that? Like, not that because when I was in my, you know, you're talking about like the episode 1, 2, and 3, and like my thing for a while was like, those don't exist to me, but I loved the Clone Wars animated series, so I just pretended that it was the animated series and 4, 5, and 6, because I was that kind of geek. But I think at the end of those, like at number 3, doesn't Anakin like when he becomes Vader and they tell him like Padme's dead or something? Sorry, spoilers for everyone who's like, no, yeah, like
it's so bad.
And I saw that in the theater, and it was just too much, you know, like it was, yeah.
I don't know if it was that one. I think it was that one that I saw on a date, and like I literally cracked. I know it was that one when he does the no. bro. I cracked the fuck up in the theater.
Like, I just don't like, this is where it falls apart, in the sense of it like really being from like an upper middle class white male, sheltered, privileged, like, I don't know, all the things perspective. Because like, when does anybody actually respond like that? Like, ever? You know, like anybody that's lost, like, even if we're going to empathize with Anakin from his privileged status and like all of this stuff, but anybody that just found out that like the person you love is gone, you lost your limbs, you've been reconstructed into like, I just don't think that's I just don't think that's the response. Like, it's and it is like, for the same, you know, just to talk about, I guess, the technical aspect or the artistry of it, you know, and looking at the visuals of Empire Strikes Back, from my background, because I came from this illustrative background and I started at Disney, I love these kind of like, and I, you know, and this also goes, because I used to be in a ballet company, and so like all of these sort of, there's something about the theater production of it that I really love, you know, and that's that sense of depth, but graphic depth, that Empire Strikes Back has, you know, like these darkened foreground silhouette shapes of like foreground elements, and then sort of the theater, the stage where the characters perform, and then a very like atmospheric backdrop to the characters, like very illustrative. And so all these very, I guess, theater, you know, elements are things that I love aesthetically. And I guess in some ways it kind of calls upon these really dramatic theater opera type of storytelling in a way, but on the screen, like trying to balance that with also people behaving in a real, like, you know, having regular conversations, and balancing that on the screen with suddenly these sort of opera style, you know, emotional moments. It does fall apart there, but it is that theatrical bit that I love in the aesthetics, you know, but just maybe not so much in the performances or in the I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm just sort of having a bit of an artist rant like about that, but I do love I love where that comes through in the aesthetics of it. It just doesn't hold up.
Yeah, I mean, I think like at the aesthetic level, I mean, you know, we have to, there's all the ideological and weird stuff that, you know, captivated those of us who were captivated by it, not Mtume. You know, like that we have to kind of delve into. But I think that the movies are just so, like, the aesthetics of them are really close to flawless, I think. I mean, they really are, you know, just the visuals, the music. I get it being too much, but especially for the age at which I came into watching, it was like, man, you've got me. Like, I am captivated. And it is true. I found a similar reaction to what Mtume was saying watching it again this time, of like, yeah, a lot of movie is kind of boring. But I didn't feel that way when I was watching it, you know, younger, you know, at all. And it is the things you talk about too, Samantha. Like, I spent some time paying attention to how often there were the cuts, right? Like how short, like, you know, okay, like scene by scene, you know, like something's going on, right? But it's like, man, it's like, you know, 1 to 3 seconds a lot of times on those pictures, right? And then it's like, or a motion shot for a little bit, but like it's always, and then the music is just everywhere, right? So even in that nose scene, like there's the big, like the strings with that sharp, like up, you know, and it says like the very loud, like kind of backset, like like, and so it is the theatrical plus all of that aesthetic work that's done on the film. I mean, it's like you have an orchestra playing throughout the entire movie, you know, with music to tell you how to think about everything that's going on and to tap into those feelings. And so, yeah, it connects in a lot of ways. And I understand a lot of reasons why people might not identify with it, right? But if you do, it really draws you in.
Yeah. So there was this I actually heard he came back. There used to be this movie video YouTube blog called Every Frame of Painting. He's an editor. He's from Canada also. And he did a breakdown on like the changes of editing over the years, right? And I think he's too he gives too much praise to Hollywood, but I'll get into but what he shows is the qualitative difference of the editing even in the 80s to he basically shows the scene, the recognition scene for Luke when he realizes that he can't lift up the ship, and then Yoda, and how the shots are oriented and all that type of stuff, and just the sequence of editing. He actually times out the shot showing you how long, and then he shows one from Ant-Man, right? And he shows how terrible the editing and like literally like how much quicker it is, and it's just how it's just information based. And you can say the thing with Star Wars, and I will always give it this recognition and this acknowledgement. It is sensory based in that way. It wants to have you go through the sensory steps. It is effective propaganda. But when I get on my Eisenstein shit, right, and I go into the kind of Eisensteinian like analysis of the mode of production of this is, and this is kind of connects to what you were saying, Samantha, about like the large totality. It's a factory, right? It's a factory of like the most skilled people, right, that you exploit at some level, and a multitudes of levels. You have a way that the system kind of goes up a funnel to someone who is of power, or a group of people of power who are essentially controlling the levers and exploiting the labor and having them do this. And this is why you get this like really super high skilled labor that we see displayed in the films. But when you think about the experience, it's like it's such a limiting propaganda. Like in this kind of imperialist propaganda, it's a limiting experience, right? It's overloading your senses. And I think as adults who are reading and living in life and being aware, when we watch it now, it's like you can look at it and you go, wow, this is really impressive in the scale of what you make. But then you kind of go, but then when you realize, like, well, what are they making? Oh my gosh. And this is where like aesthetics and ideology are not separate in that kind of way. Because in my opinion, if the ideology is raised and you see it with certain other things that have the same kind of level of skill, that they can then take it to another like highly qualitative level of the sensorium and actually activate people to actually do things that are radical and revolutionary. I mean, this just pacifies the brain, right? I mean, that's the other big thing about it. Like I think about watching a film like this as a kid, or watching the series as a kid, and like what it would do to kind of how I would imagine self and then like go into the world, right? And and I don't have a definitive statement as much as I always think about. Well, I'll attach it to what you said about, I think Jared, you said about movements. This is why and Samantha, you've made this critique also, that I am suspicious, even in someone says, well, we can kind of appropriate these kind of movies for movements. And I'm like, absolutely fucking not. Because the last thing you need in collective movement is messianism. Like, you don't need that. You don't need that. You don't need this idea of roles. You don't need this patriarchal shit that fucking Han does with Leia. You don't need droids who are peasants that you can turn off when they're too fucking loud. You don't need an empire that doesn't want anything material. They just hate. Is always going to lead you back to bullshit. I'm sorry. It's just,
I think like this is what Superman from last year's Superman really made me see what was happening, is that I think it's also for like, I mean, I like Lara's, psychic militancy kind of thing, like a brain shield. I feel like when you're a critical thinker, you're going to be shielded from this to a certain degree. Even if you don't understand the propaganda, it's not likely to co-opt you, or that you're going to internalize this kind of stuff. But the majority, like, I think, like what Superman was, and I say this also because of experiences of how people responded to me as a Palestinian, and also as like an analyst, I guess, of having this experience. But I think that these films also are there to, well, first of all, to reshape collective, like, you know, sort of redefine how they want the collective memory of certain things to be. But I think that they're also for all, when these things are happening, like significant things like the Vietnam protests, South Africa, Iraq, Palestine, it's for that all of a sudden there is a larger mass, like it's not just the critical thinking leftists, it's like there's the sort of, like I guess in the US they would be your social progressive Democrats or something like that. When they start kind of shifting, I feel like these films are for them. Like Superman was for them to feel like we did our job. Culture, look, they recognize, they see, they, because for them it's like they want to be seen. They don't have the critical analysis to understand that this has been like not just I mean, I'll speak for myself, like not just like with the 100 years like thing with Palestine, but this is like a 500-year exploitation project, from Turtle Island, the slave trade, like, you know, all of these like all of it is the one thing. And so there's a short term, like a need for a short term validation. And I would see this with leftists that would get angry at me for my comments on, like, as a Palestinian, telling me that this is a pro-Palestinian film, because they needed to be seen. They needed their efforts to be seen and recognized. And their context of it is in this moment and not maybe this bigger. I don't know if I'm making sense, but I really think that these films are also, they come, and that's why like the timing is usually predicted based on what they know that they're like. These films are always related to foreign policy, and that's why, like, you know, I love like and this was the stuff, like, you know, before I knew all of you, but listening to the podcast and the critiques, and, you know, like, because I learned about third cinema through listening to you, and you know, and Cedric Robinson's like sort of historic like placement of film and everything. And that's where I think, especially with the blockbuster projects, these have always been in relation to foreign policy and imperialism and colonialism and all of that. And so that's what I just think is the danger of all of these things, is that more than anything, that's the target audience, is the social progressive leftists that are just getting out on the streets, and they pacify them, get them back to brunch. And then the people that have this psychic barrier, we become the minority again, you know, or something like that, is how I don't know if I'm making sense, or if that's like, but I do feel like, and that's why I think that the timing of these, that's why, going back to where we started the conversation, I do think it's related to Vietnam, but just not in the way that they want to promote it, but that it definitely like is impacted by that for the sake of co-opting what the public's awareness was.
Yeah, and I'll add one thing, because another big thing that becomes big in the 80s is humanitarianism, because that becomes like the next big thing, right? So you think about We Are the World, right? You think about Live Aid.
Okay, so being sort of like the American, like going out and saving everybody, right, and stuff.
But if you connect it to Vietnam becomes the quote unquote, and I was putting the boat people thing, that becomes a kind of big narrative in the 80s, right? That like that part of the world has like totally destabilized. China, Vietnam, all these places are like destabilized, and we have to do this. And one of the biggest, I mean, there's a lot of criticisms of Live Aid and all that stuff, but like the biggest, like, you know, left critique is like they had no material explanation. It was all like the world is basically destabilized. Go give your money and go support Bono and the musicians to go do concerts to basically make sure everyone's okay. And it's like, it's the messianism, right? And you have it, but then you find out this is all imperialism. Like, you giving somebody in a cup ain't doing, you know, when you go to your Dunkin' Donuts or whatever was the equivalent back then, is not helping. It's the country that you live in. It's the imperial nation that's basically fucking up the world. That's the real problem.
Yeah, and I mean, so I think all of what you've just said is totally on point. And I think it is, you're right, absolutely, Samantha, your comment about the response to Vietnam, but not in the way that, like George Lucas said it, is totally right, because it's also like you are promoting militarism, right? And what army do people have as an option to join in the United States, right? They have the option to join the US military, right? And as all of this promotion of, the Luke going on these training journeys and all of this
a
shit, like,
fighter pilot is very
yeah,
cool in Star Wars. Like all the
yeah,
chosen, Anakin and Luke, all the chosen people were also, they point that out too. They always say they were an excellent fighter pilot.
yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even Anakin with the pod racing. Talk about bad video games. But then yeah, I just think that you both are both right on in terms of that, and that it is a part then also of this whole, late 70s into the, up until the Gulf War, right, where it's still trying to get people back into, like, we need to get excited about, being involved in these things, right? And it doesn't have to be, it doesn't really matter that much, because it's like one thing that's obvious, I think, to people on the left a lot of times, that, like, if they wanted to embrace this as an anti-imperialist, right, they'd say, well, the empire is the United States, which, like, yeah, okay. But, like, the movie is not suggesting you join some, like, radical, subversive, like, left-wing, revolutionary movement against this thing, right? It's like, no, you join the rebellion, which is the republic, which, et cetera, right? Which is like, so yeah, it doesn't give any outlet or conveyor belt into radical politics. And we see this with, like, how much, I mean, during Trump 1.0, the whole thing was because, you had the new series coming out, the sequels, right, roughly in this time frame, and people like join the resistance, right, which is what they call it in those ones, and so then you get, James Comey, welcome to the resistance, and all of this stuff among liberals, right? And that is like, it was perfect for co-opting that kind of stuff. And you see that now with, like, like the Minnesota Democrats, right, who want to act like, oh, we're standing up to Trump, we're trying to tell these ICE agents to get out of here, right? And so it does allow for some very limited kind of, but it's just very compatible with kind of liberal, resistance to, like Trump, right, or that kind of thing. I think that, to take one more step on the empire, that unfortunately, because of how it's framed, there are a lot of reasons why people would never associate, like, the average person would never associate it with the United States, right? Because it's like, which, the republic slash rebellion slash resistance is where you get some expressions of individualism, some, people they're actually have human interactions with one another. Like, within the empire, it is all like delivering orders, following orders. Most of the people are faceless on purpose, right? You get the stormtrooper thing. They have helmets. You can easily forget that these are supposed to be humans. In fact, I don't even think until, we got to the, like, Boyega, and until we get to that point, that you really even are invited at any point to think. I guess maybe in New Hope they take the suits off of them.
Yeah, they steal the costumes, but you never see
Right.
a stormtrooper. You just see them take off their disguise.
Right.
But it does
Right.
imply that there was a human being or something in that suit.
But even there, you have to kind of do some work to really think about, and, like, because they look like robots themselves, and they're intended to be this, like, automaton thing, right? That is just, like you said them to me, like, following the Stalin character. And it's not even if they get out of line, if they don't execute well enough, they'll just be killed, basically.
And it's an interesting thing too. Sorry, because, like, just this conversation is making me ask questions that I didn't ask before. But, like, just even that whole thing that you have the majority, like, you never see an empire civilian. You only see, like, like it's like every person in the world, like the empire has a higher population than the rebellion, and yet for some reason these billions of people are all stormtroopers, like or working for the empire without question. Like there's never,
is there any
like,
empire women?
Not
It's a
until
good
the
question.
later, like, not until they got into
Yeah.
DEI, like in the early aughts and stuff, you know. But like, yeah, no, like,
Right.
It's only been in the new Disney like streaming shows that they'll have like women, or in the Clone Wars animated series, but that was pre-Empire, I guess. They did have women on like both, you know, Republic and Separatists or whatever. No, not on the Separatist side though, just the Republic. No, there was on the Separatist side because there was Ventress, right? There was Ventress that was like the Count Dooku's like protege or whatever. So she was there. Yeah.
In George Lucas's Star Wars, there are no women in the Empire. Wait until once you get to this
Yeah, I think
woke
that's the
new
point.
Empire.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
Exactly. And let's read about material reality. How are we projecting it? Come on.
well, and it's also, and I think I think you guys have probably talked about this or will, like, you know, I think that's the one thing too, like these films in the 90s, like, or even with the Avengers, it's kind of like the Leia thing. When there is a woman, there's always one woman. Like there's always one woman that is like basically a very like physically hyper feminine, but behaviorally like a man. And that's like the sort of aspiration, you know, like the Lara Croft kind of thing, like, or like something, you know, like or like you see like with Marvel films, and these women cannot come into, even if the universe is expanded, like it always has to be the one woman with a group of guys. Like it's never, there's, and you know, and that's where like I feel like, you know, it just also creates that dynamic of women kind of competing with each other, because it sort of creates this space of like only one woman can be like the most like fairest of them all, and in this space with the men.
It's also such a, it's also the worst in like locker room male thought. I'm just gonna say it. One woman surrounded by a bunch of men. It's really, I mean, Lucas and Spielberg are really bad with this shit. Like in like
I did not even think of. Oh my god!
But no, it's part of that fantasia, right? Like they because it has to do with like their kind of like male competition, right? And like to have like, you know, women as people within the community who have agency and they do things within it, you know, amongst them, even if it's not like full agency where they do things without them even present, like even if they're doing it with them, right? It totally sets off this like this male competition thing, which in the end is also what we're watching coded in these movies. It is essentially this male competition, and the only woman who could be there is Leia, because, you know, she could do both, right?
Yeah, and she
you know,
validates, like even when they introduce Lando as like flirting with her, she serves as the device to validate Han over like, yeah. Oh, it's so gross. Yeah.
It's really gross. And I mean, I do want to bring it back because the Raiders of the Lost Ark, there's the whole thing that we, you know, ended up finding out in the like storyboarding sessions and stuff like that, where Lucas is like, and I'm blanking on her name right now, played by Karen Allen in the movie, but
Marion, the character Marion.
So she's supposed to be like, what was it, 14 years old is what Lucas wanted her to be.
You shared that, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
And and you know, and there was this whole, and Spielberg's in the conversation too, and they're kind of like making jokes about it, talking about it and all this stuff, and it doesn't, obviously the end product, because Karen Allen's like 34 or something like that when she's playing the role, so it doesn't end up actually coming across that way like visually or whatever, but it is still remnant in the script and in the discourse, whereas this discussion that, you know, Indiana has had an inappropriate relationship with her as the daughter of his mentor when she was too young, right? And that comes up. You don't get like the scale to Lucas is talking about of like, oh, she'll be 14 years old, because that would be, you know, anything older than that, and it's not exciting anymore, or something like that is what he says, right? I'm paraphrasing, so don't quote me on that, but you can go find it. We have it in the show notes of that episode when we did it. but I think, you have that, and then you think, okay, well, how is like Leia treated throughout this series, right? And she's like sort of, like you say, the only woman, hyper feminized, and sort of everybody's love interest, including Luke's for a part of it. Clearly, like in the first one and in this one, like he's in love with her. And, then you get that, you start to see at the end of this that, oh, she's his sister. And then that becomes very clear in the next one. Um, so, I just think about like somebody like Lucas, like story and like wanting to play with all of this weird stuff with her. And, not to jump ahead because we could save it for when we do Return of the
I know.
Jedi with
I
you,
think I'm
Samantha.
thinking of what you're thinking of too.
Yeah,
Like
but
whole,
the
like,
the Jabba the Hutt
slave
stuff,
bikini
like,
thing. Yeah, like
yeah.
she's both a slave with a collar around her neck and naked, basically. And like that could have been like for her to that didn't have to. Yeah, like that didn't have like. There's a lot of ways that she could have been a prisoner of Jabba, not portrayed that way.
Also, like,
Yeah.
and after she goes there to be like, she's sought to be male when she infiltrates. I mean, it's just
it's weird. Yeah,
it goes back to like some of the Shakespeare shit with like the gender bending. It's like it's the worst in Western toxic.
But it is like, and that's the problem with Campbell, right? Because his whole construction is based on only these Western patriarchal, imperial patriarchal, narratives, and just combines all of the worst of them to create, the framework of what made that successful or whatever, and use that as the basis for every other film. So yeah, it all makes sense. And that is like, sorry. No, I was gonna say,
go ahead.
Like, the environment, like, like I know I talked a bit about this before, but like that is like that's where my experience like has been like so strange, because like it's different now, but I'm not even gonna say it's different now. The dynamics are a little different because what we would call people on like when I started, I would say like I was on the floor, like I was an artist, I was an animator, and my job was to do animation, and like I wasn't in these like decision making kind of things. The floor dynamics have definitely changed since I started in the industry, because when I started I was literally like the only woman or one of the only women, and so those like what you cited, like that dialogue with like about like her being like, that is like a Tuesday, like that has like I don't even, I'm still looking back and like it's like, I had to make myself a person to get into that space. Like I had to make my work so like noticeable for them to like, you just don't see people in that space that would ever bring up like that this is weird. So you see people saying stuff like that. Like most of my career has just been like I just remember being at a table, and I think like the first 20 minutes were talking about the production assistant when she left the room, like about how much they liked her breasts and stuff. Like this was a very normal thing. Like, and it didn't occur to anybody that this was not a normal thing to say. And I was always the person that was the troublemaker because I would say something, but it really struck like it until #MeToo, like until the public found out, people in the industry didn't know that they were behaving badly. Like it's just such a normal, because the majority of the people that are working are these kind of people, and they create stories that they're imagining other people's experiences. They're imagining what an independent woman would be, or what a Black experience would be, or what, but and to a certain degree, they've mastered the art of imagining what that is to create, like to at least co-opt us enough for those of us that did, not M2May, but for the other ones of us that bought into Star Wars, for a little bit. So like that is such a normal thing. And I wouldn't even say that it's better. It's just that like you don't tend to see women in those spots. You see women more in what I would call the floor. Like that's expanded now, but that's also because the production, you know, when we started at Disney, we were like 100 animators. Now you need like 40,000 CG animators or something on a project, you know, so it's just a very different, I don't think that the conditions would have changed just because of social progression or something. So yeah, like those things, like that is actually like the lifestyle internally, and you see that with the actors, but you don't see that with the public doesn't see the behind the scenes lives of these people. But I've known people that as they've gotten older, they've always dated women under 20, and like for some, like then they're 35 and they're dating someone that's like 20ish, and they're 45 and they're dating someone that's 20ish, and they're 55 and they're dating, and that's like a normal, like that's normal. Like and I think that's what's so disturbing, is it literally doesn't occur to them that that's a weird conversation sometimes. I mean, not everybody, I know I'm painting a very broad picture, but it's common enough that I'm glad that I'm glad you found that and shared that publicly. But I think, you know, and we see that in these films, and we see that like in James Bond and in like all of these, it's really gross. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I encourage people, if they don't know what question, I'll add it to the show description or what episode, but it's the first episode that we did with Samantha. Well, maybe it was even the one we did with Renee, because it might have been on her part that you talked more about that aspect. Yeah. And then we talked about more the military aspect on our channel. So it was actually on Black Liberation Media on Saturdays with Renee, but it was a part of a 2-part conversation. So Mtume and I were a part of it as well. But yeah, so I mean, it's a culture, right, that you're talking about, you know, within the industry that would, and I would even say, Samantha, I don't think it's that the people didn't know that it's wrong, but the culture allows it to the degree where it becomes acceptable within the workplace. So it's not like a workplace problem. Like they exist outside of these spaces as well. So on some level, I think they have to encounter spaces where that behavior is not okay. But maybe they spend so much time in the space and all of
It's
that
a
that
very
just becomes their life.
college-like thing, though, that like your friends are those people. So work and socializing almost become, you don't meet a lot of people outside of the, like, unless they purposefully do like online dating and meet someone like out of their purview or something like that. Like it's to be very yeah.
I mean, I'll say being a teenager, when I was doing a teenager in the acting business, I saw more than I should have ever even seen. And like I've said it before, like I only speak about certain things because people that I know who were affected, I haven't seen them say public things, so I don't want to start putting out their business out there. So even if I suggest certain things, it'll be very, very like easy for people to find out. With that being said, one I will say is like, look, the Kevin Spacey stories, I tell people this all of the time, right? That they were like just regular things that you said on a Wednesday. Yeah, Kevin Spacey was harassing me the other night. Like, I'm serious. I'm like, I kid you not, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a thing that like was like this big reveal. The reveal was that through whatever confluence of events, and we can litigate that, it got out into the public, and there was a shift in how people wanted to kind of deal with that. But it's not like that majority of people, if you had a certain level of a career within Hollywood, did not know about Kevin Spacey and other people. You know, same thing with Bill Cosby, man. I mean, like my uncle, he used to promote events, and he told me, yeah, man, we knew about the Cosby stuff for years, right? But then you got to get into this conversation, like Samantha's bringing up, about like why was this stuff just happening? And then to the kind of a point about things like Star Wars and like these departments, one of the interesting things when I was working in, like the shifts that I've seen like working in movies over the years was how concentrated departments was, right? So you would have, say, like the sound department, you'd have wardrobe, you have these things kind of happen, and they'd be very, so you're like on a big set, right? You're on like on a big TV or something set, and they're kind of happening. And I thought about this when who's the dude from Law and Order who got basically caught recently, who was Chris Noth? Couple years, was it recently he got that there was
never saw the show.
But like he was one of the original cops from Law and Order, and some stuff that he did from like 30 years ago, or coming like 25 years ago. And one of the things that I thought about what that stuff is, because like stuff was so like separated, right? You would have things happen. They would report it to say like an AD, and then the AD would bring it up to like the person and be like, hey, I heard this happen. They're like, okay, yeah, we'll deal with it. And then of course it goes up to the channel, into a room with people you do not know about, right? They decide to figure it out, whether they go to that person directly, offer them a deal, fire them, and ruin their fucking career forever, right? If they don't take the threat, right? And because there was like things were so separated, and now that we live in the age of social media and shit can get out, you can go to these things like that. It's like the qualitative shift has happened, that like these things kind of blow up. I'm not saying these things are being dealt with any better now. I do not believe that. But like, so you have all these like separate departments, and I saw it firsthand, like young women who were trying to work up in these departments. Oh man, like especially like hands-on crew shit, like gaffing, grip, PA stuff, like the harassment levels are just like through the roof, right? On levels that like, and you just see it. But like, they would happen in these corners, and there was no protection, right? Or they would happen out front too. And then a director would just conveniently do this one. Like, I didn't see it.
Yeah, that's
Probably was also doing
usually
it himself.
I think that there's more of those people than the actual like perpetrators, but because there's more of those, like it just kind of creates like that there's more people that just stay very quiet about it and stuff.
Yeah, no, definitely. There's a lot we could get into in all of that discussion.
Like poor Marion, though. Like we started with Marion and Lucas and stuff, but
yeah. Maybe when we do Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely more to say about it in Return of the Jedi, and I know we want to have you back, Samantha, to do that with us as well. So anything else? I mean, we didn't. The end of the movie, Luke, I am your father, loses his hand, jumps down the chute. Leia she can use the Force now, so she senses that Luke is hanging from the spindle at the bottom of Cloud City, and they go back and get her, and ends up in, like you said, the space station where he's trying on his new robot hand, which of course we learn 7 movies later or whatever, Darth Vader has the same thing. Or maybe you learned it in Return of the Jedi, actually. But anyway.
But we do see, but we don't see, I guess, the mechanical side. We do see him briefly without they're putting the helmet on. Like there's a moment, isn't it? Like
in this one, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But we don't see the mechanical.
I think you see the mechanical hand, if I remember correctly, in Return of the Jedi, because his hand, like Luke chops his hand off, I believe, in that one, and then he sees that he has the same kind of hand or whatever, and that's part of the. Anyway, we gotta save that.
It's like the same fight that rolls.
We gotta save that.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
Anything else that either of you just wanted to say about that? I think we've probably covered everything in this film, but is there anything else you had in your notes or you wanted to say?
No, I think anything that was in my notes that I didn't say, it's because I'm too made already had it covered.
No, and I think other things we'll get when we get to Return of the Jedi. Like I think everything is kind of like my brain is kind of forward moving there with some of this stuff.
Well, and I think that's the only thing is that there does need to sort of be, I think a sort of like that overview of the 3 of them as a collective, sort of I don't know, something to look at the 3 of them as opposed to just on their own. Like, so maybe Jedi is like that full circle. The only thing that are left for me are just like comments I made on like, oh, I really love the silhouette composition on that shot, or like things that the contradictions of the art that I love and the ideologies that I hate, kind of thing.
Absolutely. Thank you for the super chat. Free Lando. I did think about it. You saw me thinking about, oh, could I go grab like my Boba Fett ship?
When you left for a second, I thought we were gonna come back with a boba.
I thought about it.
I have a
Crossed my
Star
mind.
Wars mug, and I almost had that with my coffee today, and I was like, "Don't do it. Don't be too like."
I appreciated this discussion. I know we got into the Joseph Campbell thing, but the adventure story Star Wars goes back to the earliest days of science fiction, and those adventure stories have their origins in colonial adventure stories from people like Ryder Haggard. And I think that maybe we could dig into that as well when we get into Return of the Jedi too, because I agree that there's a lot of colonial, and I think there probably is within Campbell as well, but it is, there's a lot that we could dig into in terms of coloniality and colonialism within these films even more. I don't know where this quote was from, but it's a good one. These films don't teach you how fascism works. They teach you how it feels after it has already won. I just caught this. It was great. Men writing women. Am I right? Yeah, that was. I don't even remember at what point of the discussion, but something about
no,
Leia,
that was
right?
about the Leia only being reactive to everything people say.
Right. Oh man, break out the lightsaber. Don't make me get my teenage son. He's the lightsaber king at this point.
I wanted to. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I did have a period of my life where I was like, I want to grow up and be a Jedi.
I did think the lightsaber was cool. I will say that was some cool shit.
Like, because I did martial arts, and like, to be perfectly transparent, and I'm gonna just embarrass myself by saying it, but it was because of like, ultimately, it was because of seeing like Karate Kid and like, Star Wars and everything, and like I started like, I started with like Taekwondo and like all this stuff, so like, and that's why, like,
no, I mean we'll talk about Karate Kid. There's been studies that it like helped big up like karate schools around the country. That movie.
Oh, for sure.
Like I remember, and well, because I remember there was one with a girl. I think it was the fourth one.
What's her name? Who won the Oscar?
Yeah, Hilary Swank.
Hilary Swank.
And
that's right.
And I remember reading about that, like in a teen magazine or something, and she did Taekwondo, and so that was one of the things that I was like, I want to do Taekwondo. So yeah, like I feel like it certainly, like I feel ashamed to say that I was like coerced,
I broke into laughter when I saw this Sterling Luke as Reza Pahlavi. I am going to be doing. I'll have to bring that one up to Cena when I have him on Wednesday to talk about kayfabe and the Empire. But yeah, the droids are the POC. Yep, another good observation. I like Andor too, but people have to watch Samantha's discussions of Andor if you haven't caught them. I know it's important to demystify some of what those films are doing.
Samantha gave me permission to not watch it.
Yeah. Like, honestly, Andor is a more layered version of Luke's story. It's just because it has 2 seasons, you can divide character devices among 3 characters, so you don't identify that the trilogy of those characters represents Kenobi or the trilogy. But Andor is literally Luke. Like, they didn't do anything original in Andor. And that's also why I call upon the Viet Cong reference, because with the timing of Andor and how they tried to promote it as, like old, like these mainstream left, like The Guardian or whatever, articulated things like as if it was a revolutionary or like addressing like really revolutionary ideas. And that's why I'm like, that's how I think they use the Viet Cong in a similar, like, it's literally, you don't need to see it. It's just a more layered version of Luke's. It's literally, if you look at Andor through the lens of Luke's story, it's like, even what's his name? The mentor, the Lucian, like, he's introduced exactly the same way that Ben Kenobi is. Like, literally like the same, like he's walking with his billowing cape like across the hills and stuff. So
I don't even know what this comment was in reference to, but it made me laugh. To show Han he needs to read more Jordan Peterson.
Like another sorry from Canada export. Like,
yeah. This was funny too. Isn't Walt Disney and Carbonite Disney and Ice? Is Boba Fett why I unquestionably wanted to be a bounty hunter as a kid? Yes, like Boba Fett is the coolest bounty hunter ever, you know, and
I
yeah,
always wondered about that though. Like there
basically
isn't
did
what is up
nothing.
with that? Because he's like, yeah, he does nothing, but he just
Does
kind of stands there and
nothing.
I think his cool moment was at Boba Fett's when he's like, he just nods like this or something, and that's like it. Like I don't know.
Because he gets his ass whipped in freaking Return of the Jedi. I mean,
Yes. I
we'll
know,
get to it.
Honestly, everybody that I've worked with, like, so in the industry, it's like everybody's Boba Fett obsessed, and I don't understand. So I would love that's my other question. To
we'll delve into that
for Return, but there's been some like talk about that, about how it's a reactive character based on like fan obsession on some weird like just loving of the character.
It's intense, like the love of Boba Fett, and so like I feel like I'm not denying that something's there. I just want to understand it.
Cloud City is a libertarian oil platform. We will do Spaceballs at some point. We have to watch.
Oh
Spaceballs.
my god!
I know. I had to say that was really funny the way they said it, because it's true. Because one of the big lines of Spaceballs is about merchandising.
Yeah,
that's true. I just remember this is so bad. This is like my humor level. I just always remember laughing when what's his name, Dark Helmet or whatever, the Darth Vader character, when he went flying and they're like, it's a good thing you were wearing that helmet or something, and that line just like always like so bad. Like I'm insulting, like I know I'm like embarrassing myself now by confessing that, but
no. We'll save it for Return of the Jedi, but we didn't actually delve into. I mean, we did an injustice to this film to not talk about merchandising and toys and everything else more deeply.
I think it's a better conversation in Return of the Jedi, though, because of the Ewoks.
I think that's such a big thing too, like the commodification of like resistance in a way, like the feeling that like you go buy something and now you feel like you're that would be great.
Minneapolis has no superhero, just thousands of Ewoks driving ice insane at Hilton homes to suites per last night via BG on the scene. Look forward to talking about the Ewoks and their rebellion and all of that in the third one. Luke just wanted to leave that boring farm. That is understandable. A lot of us could relate to that. Luke did that ugly cry for nothing. Y'all didn't appreciate his no.
I want a supercut of the Luke cry and Brad Pitt, What's in the Box from 7. They should just do like a back and forth.
I think Brad Pitt does it better. I gotta say.
That's a convo. Who did it worse?
All right. Samantha, this has been great. Thank you so much.
We
appreciate you so much. Your analysis, your work.
Thank you so much. Yes.
It's been great.
It was fun for me. Thank you for invite. I mean, I appreciate your analysis. So I don't know if I contributed much, but I was just really happy to be here talking about Star Wars with you.
Absolutely, you contributed. We couldn't have done it without you. We will be in touch to set up Return of the Jedi also, and then maybe some other stuff down the line as well. But all right, I'm gonna say goodbyes from all of us. Appreciate you all. Have a good one. Peace.